Okay, good morning, everyone. It's 9:08, so we'll convene the meeting. And just a reminder for folks that are dialing in, this is a board retreat in addition to a public meeting for our board meeting. So we'll move through some agenda items and we'll move into a board retreat. And I think we do have a lunch break, but we'll be here for that time period and we'll be back in and out of the public as appropriate. We'll let you know what we're doing so that you can be aware of that. The first item is to do a roll call. So I'll do a roll call for the board members. Geronimo, I see you first.
Here.
Geronimo's here. Kelly, I see. Thank you, Kelly. Michael is here. Miles is here. And Juan Fong is not with us today. Okay. The next item is for approval of the agenda. I do have a comment before we do the approval of the agenda. The staff was made aware of an item that they need to add to the agenda that's urgent. So I'm going to read a kind of a script so that you understand what that means, because as you know, we typically have an agenda published at a certain time and have those items available to the public. This is a specific urgent matter. And so let me read this to you and then we can, as a board, discuss whether we want to discuss and take action on items not appearing on the proposed agenda for a regular meeting. However, the Act provides a narrow exception. Two conditions must be met in order for this exception to apply. One, the item needs immediate action and cannot reasonably wait for the next scheduled board meeting or a special board meeting. A representative of the local agency discovered the need for immediate action subsequent to the 72-hour agenda deadline. Those are the two criteria. And then if we as a board find by 2/3 vote that these conditions exist, then the board can discuss and act on the matter as if it were on the agenda. So then what I'll do is I'll describe to you this board. I'll give you the name of the board agenda item, and then I'll let Colin kind of walk through the urgency of it and how staff found that. Is that okay with you, Paul?
Yep.
Okay, and now I'm gonna search to make sure I say all that correctly. 1 second. Okay, so this item is the resolution of the Board of Directors of Vista Charter Public Schools in connection with financing the acquisition of property commonly identified as, and then I'll let you kind of explain through the conditions, which include, I think, why,
Exactly.
how urgent it is, and why today, how we learned about it.
Yes, so this is regarding the bank lease for the purchase of the 305 Parkman Avenue. We have already closed with the bank on that purchase. However, we were notified on Monday, which was within the 72-hour window from our bank, that I needed to be made as an authorized signer because my name is on the as the primary signer on the bank paperwork for that lease agreement. I am an authorized signer with the bank in our bank account, but I was not an authorized signer yet as for this specific lease agreement, because according to the state, the CEO of the corporation of Vista Charter Public Schools is Miles and the board members, and not myself. And so for the bank's backup documentation for their paperwork, even though they allowed us to close, they need a board resolution, and they need it before August 18th, which is our next board meeting, for their own. So that's why I worked with legal and said, what can we do in this situation? It's actually, as far as I've been with Vista, never come up before. And I also asked legal, is this something that we could have ratified at the next board meeting? And they said no, because it is a board resolution. So yeah, so it's a unique circumstance that there is this this small loophole, if you will, as Miles mentioned, that we can add with the 2/3 votes this to the agenda as an urgent agenda item. So
Okay.
it does require,
Yeah.
vote.
And so what I think we'll do is we'll add it, we'll look for a motion for someone to add this item to the board agenda. And then we'll take a vote on this before we take a vote on the entire agenda as amended to the. So, okay, or do you want us to take a vote on the agenda?
So we should vote on the agenda, so it will be added to the agenda.
Okay, that's
And then it will be added as essentially item 3.3 as one of the. As an action item.
okay.
Yeah.
So then, yeah, let's do that. And we're taking notes.
I'm on
You've got,
the,
you're the guy. Got
I'm
it.
the minutes tracker today. Yes.
Great, all right. So in front of you is item to approve the agenda. It's item 1.2, approval of the agenda. So I'll look for a motion to approve the agenda. Motion,
Second.
okay? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No one opposed? Okay, that carries unanimously. And now I'll look for a motion to add the item that we discussed as 3.3. Like, okay, thank you. And then I'll look for, is there any discussion on that? Okay, not,
I have
oh,
a question.
yeah, please.
In terms of you being the authorizing agent, who's the secondary person signing off on, bank loans, documents, account?
Okay, so in terms of the accounts, Tuan as the board treasurer is the other authorized signer. For the bank loans, it was actually, I think, Miles, Michael, and Tuan, and myself.
I see.
Yeah, and so on the state paperwork, it shows Miles, because Miles is the board president, it also shows him as the CEO. And then it shows Michael as the secretary, and then Tuan as the board treasurer, and it doesn't have my name anywhere on
So
that.
you just need to be added to it.
Exactly.
Then upon signing, really felt forward to it.
Yeah, and this
Oh.
one is specific to Park.
I see.
So that the resolution is specific to department, not open-ended for any other
Okay,
things. Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah, and Parkman is the Los Angeles, I always can't connect it, but Parkman is the Los Angeles property across from the school, the middle school. Okay, so we're back to, this is, again, we have a motion and a second on the floor to add this to the event, to the agenda as an urgent item, 3.3. And we'll, part of the protocol is to mark in the notes of the minutes to really notify that we've done this process and why. So that'll be in the minutes if it's approved. So I'll take a vote now unless there are any other questions. Okay, all in favor of that? Aye. Okay, anybody opposed? Okay, so that carries 4-0, which meets the 2/3 threshold. Okay, so we have that as item 3.3 now.
3.3, yes.
Okay, and we'll come back to that for a vote on the actual item.
Yes.
Great. Yeah, and then as we move to, right before we move to public comment, I just wanted to actually just quick announcement to the board. One of the ways I'm gonna flip the meeting a little bit from what we've done in the past is, I mean, I've talked to Colin a little bit about this, but we usually take a motion. We've been taking motions before we've had any staff presentation. What we're gonna start to do, because I think it's easier to get the staff presentation before we have a motion, is to have to announce the item, then have staff do a staff report, which doesn't violate our discussion problems in the Brown Act. And then we'll take a motion and then do the discussion, so that way we get a little bit more context from the staff prior to making motions, because it makes me a little uncomfortable sometimes when we're asking people to make a motion prior to staff.
Yeah.
So, okay, so I just want to make that announcement. All right, so now we will move to public comment. I don't see public comment here. I don't know if we have public comment anywhere else.
Yeah, and let's see, hopefully the audio works. If there is any public comment at any of our school sites, we go one by one. If you can hear me and try to unmute. Let's start with Vista Charter Middle School in Los Angeles. Are you check and see if they're trying to unmute? Here. Trying to check if there's any public comment at any of our school sites. All right.
Yeah, so if they could capture it by chat or by voice, it would be fine, just as long as we could
We
make sure that they're connected, yeah. Or that they're connected.
Just mute us. What do you?
You're at least from your computer.
I mean, like,
Do you have a meeting?
Awesome, great.
Can we get confirmation? Yes.
they're on
No
speaker.
public comments?
Go ahead and ask.
Yeah, so we're on this. Item 1.3, and we're asking to see if any of the sites have public comment. So if you could let us know, that'd be great.
No public comment here.
No public comment from Vista Horizon.
No public comment from Vista Meridian.
We have Palm Lane and under Heritage. Or the central office.
No public comment from Vista Heritage.
This is the last one.
Okay,
I'm gonna rescind.
all right, so. Consent items are in front of you on the table two. Items 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4. We typically take these as one agenda item, so I'll take a motion on that if you all are inclined to do that.
I take a motion.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay, all in favor of the consent items? Aye. Okay, none opposed. Okay. Now we're moving on to number 3, action items. And we'll start with 3.1, Vista Lago Global Academy franchise use agreement, and Colin, I'll throw it to you for staff report.
Yes, so I am happy to share that last night, the Lake Elsinore City Council unanimously approved the franchise use agreement, which is essentially the lease agreement for Vista Lago. And so now it's our turn to approve the lease agreement. This is to be located at the Albert Hill Park in Lake Elsinore. It is to put 8 modular classrooms and a modular office in basically the corner of the parking lot there. And I just want to thank the city of Lake Elsinore and the staff for working with us. This was not an easy path to get to this point, and also our team with Melissa Ross and Daniela Carrillo. It's been a lot of work, but we're happy. I was just driving by the location this past weekend, and it's right next to this beautiful park. The plans have these modulars fenced in, so it is secure, and it's going to have all of the utilities that you would need for regular school classrooms. So the plan is for us to be there for 2 years until we start the site.
Great. Okay, I'll look for a motion to accept the facilities use agreement for franchise. Thank you. Second. Or second? Second. Okay, thank you, Michael. Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve. Any questions, discussion? I do want to just take one moment publicly to thank the city for helping expedite this and to move this project for us, because it's really great to see as we enter this market and we enter the city of Riverside that we can have the city, that we can have that kind of relationship. And I look forward to continuing that relationship with public people and make sure that we acknowledge that. Okay, with no other comments, to take a vote.
Well, just one question, and this is visually, so, yeah, this is.
Sure.
These are gonna be up and running for next year, correct? Right, so the Poison Groves group, we didn't, right?
It fell through, unfortunately.
But this way, with both sides will be like,
Both sites
won't
will
have to
be
travel.
together,
Both
yeah,
sides.
so there is a silver lining in all of this, that both sites will be together. We won't be kicked out at a certain time for another after-school program coming in. We'll be able to serve the after-school program, all of this success.
got it, and this is public park, is that correct?
Yeah.
Have we, in terms of this, like the fall discussion, are we planning on like extra security measures, or how are we doing public outreach with that?
Yeah, absolutely. No, we're gonna make sure that whenever there are children at the public park, that there is definitely sufficient adult supervision. And also like cones and things like that, so we have a specific area that the kids are only in that specific area. So.
Sounds good.
But our entire site is fenced.
Our entire
For
site is
instructional
fenced,
purposes,
but when
but
they,
like you said,
when they go play during lunch or
Yeah,
PE like
right.
that, yeah.
Yeah, I've just experienced that with Freetown Lafayette Park, and we share space.
Yeah.
As much as, outreach we can do ahead of time with the
Yes.
community police, just like making sure, because. It's not our students that necessarily, I think, I am worried about safety of our students, but it's, we can set those expectations, our students harder with. Other folks using the park,
Yeah.
right, it's a park.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
And so, but yeah, no other questions, just one.
No, that's good.
I have a follow-up.
Yeah.
It would be great if we could see a visual of
Yes.
what that will look like at the park. I don't know if you all have seen essentially what it looks like when it's fenced in, so in my mind, I'm thinking, okay, it's at a public park. I don't know if it's all clustered together, and then there's a fence going around it, and then, right, so it's some visual.
I think there was a visual somewhere in
At the
our.
very end, there's like an attachment appendix in the franchise use.
I think that's
If I'm not mistaken, that you can see.
Yeah, I only saw the terms, it's okay, maybe I'll keep going with it, but, if it's there, thank you, I'll make sure to review, and then two things. Right away, my brain went to safety as well, and I was thinking, yes, it's fenced in, but. Because will have more exposure than usual, the fence alone. Doesn't do much when it's so open to the public, so I'm thinking visibility wise, you're gonna need some covering. Around that fence because it's kids and a lot of, you know, public individuals that are hanging out at the park, and so. When I think of that as a parent, I also get kind of uncomfortable, and so then I wrote, I wonder if there's. Along the lines of outreach, yes, but like parent input, because if parents are uncomfortable, we wanna get ahead at addressing some of. Those challenges that they might identify. Yes, all like super wonderful that they all get to be together. You don't have to worry about them. Leaving at certain times, having use and facility use. Certain months, times, etc. That's all wonderful. And now that you've secured the place, I think you all can be really so active with. Getting ahead at thinking through what the parents who are setting their kids there are. Yeah.
That's a great comment, and I think that, I know that just in enrollment recruitment, there's been some changes in locations, and so I know people have. Already started to give us some feedback based on some of that, and, the principals. Spending, but like I think we, as a board, we're gonna talk about this later, but August 11th is opening day for our schools, and. We've talked about where maybe board members could be strategically available to see some of this stuff with the parents and. Kind of give that support from a board level, so we'll talk about that later.
Yeah, and I've attended a number of the, like town hall meetings, with parents there, and safety is obviously. One of the top, if not the top concerns, so yes, I completely agree, being proactive and making sure that. Not only we are taking the steps, we're also communicating everything that we're going to make sure that the kids are safe and that. The site is safe as it can.
And then one more thing I'll add to that is, I think, yes, like my brain immediately went to potential issues and challenges, but I think on the positive end, as you're thinking about outreach. This is a really unique opportunity to think about outdoor education, because it's not just pods on the grass, in a green area. I think that teachers can be supported to utilize that space even better, and even in ways that I think traditional campuses might not be able to. And so I was thinking, yes, the green space education, outdoor education, give a green space for a very hot area. So there's something to that as well, about the heat island effect and all of that, but there are definite pros as well. Sounds like we don't have it under control.
And we invite you all to
Yes.
head out to Lake Elsinore at some point,
Yeah,
and we'll give you the grand tour.
okay, any other comments, questions? Okay, so I'll take a vote on 3.1, all in favor, aye. Okay, I'm seeing all 4 ayes, no opposition, so it passes 4-0. We're now moving to item 3.2. Item 3.2 is a CSFA resolution for the revolving loan. And I'll let Colin provide any additional information like.
Yes, so the California State Finance Authority, or CSFA, has a very low interest revolving loan fund that they offer startup charter schools. And especially nowadays with the state having deferrals for their payments, this is mainly a cash flow item. So typically schools don't receive their payments until mid to the end of the year. And as a new school, when you don't have a reserve built up yet, cash flow can really become an issue. And so we applied and received a few weeks ago conditional approval from CSFA for a $250,000 revolving loan. Just that way, so we have that the startup funds to be able to pay staff at the beginning of the year before we receive the funding from the state. And again, it is low interest. It's something that we will be paying back once we do receive the funds from the state. So this is the board resolution for us to essentially accept the law.
Any questions or we need a motion now? Okay, motion to approve. Second. Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Any further questions, discussion from the board?
Yeah, I have a question. What's the total amount of interest paid when this is paid up?
So I believe it is, I want to say 3%, it's around, and so, the total amount of interest paid is 3%.
And then not to be difficult, but if you all didn't receive this loan, how would you have made it work?
We would have had to borrow from our other
Regardless.
schools, so this is just even though there is a minor interest rate, it's just easier to borrow from the state instead of other schools. Or even having to do a higher interest
Yeah.
rate, like from a bank or something.
Yeah, it's just common, it's consistent, it's a typical practice for for multi-charter schools, to give you some funding. It's $7,500 if it's 3%.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
And Vista Horizon, Vista Charter Middle School, Vista, like most of our schools did this.
Yeah, and I think the other comment about loans in general is charter schools don't have, school that's fixed, have access to trans funds and all these different local funds that they can use at very low interest rates. Charter schools have never had access to that, and so we've seen double-digit interest from some vendors that will support cash flows. And they do those loans very easily, but double-digit in an environment that we've had in the last 20 years or 10 years is really high. And so there's been a large cost, and I think that's part of the reason the revolving loan is coming into place, is to try to find another solution to give reasonable cost cash flow issues, because the state is also not a great payer as far as timing. They tend to delay a lot of cash that they can send, and of course they're different, but anyway.
No, that's helpful. And to hear that it's probably about $7,500.
Yes.
Yeah.
Good.
There's like, there's steps and processing. Just.
Okay, any other questions, discussions? Okay, take a vote on that, all in favor, aye?
Aye.
And hearing all 4 ayes, no opposition, that motion carries 4-0. And now we're moving to 3.3, which is the item we added by 2/3, by unanimous acclamation. And I'll let Colin give us a brief, we've already discussed a lot, but anything you want to add?
Yeah, it's just reiterating what I already shared, and so we found out on Monday from the bank that they needed this board resolution, and it was an urgent item that in order to make me an authorized signer, since I was the primary signer of the lease agreement.
That's great, okay. Is there a motion second? Motion.
Second.
Okay, Michael and then Kelly, any questions, discussion? Okay, I'll just, again, I think we said this at the last board meeting, but I'm glad we closed on this LA property, we have keys. I'm very excited how we're gonna use this facility for both our staffing needs and also potentially community resources that will be bridged with that. It's hard to find locations anywhere to do things, and that one middle school site is a little bit compressed already with needs of students. So any way we can support that makes me, it's a marker for our organization, so I'm proud of the organization for being able to move forward with that. Okay, any question or any no additional comments, we'll take a vote, all in favor? Aye. Okay, that motion carries unanimously as well. And now we're to the best part of our public meeting, and we're gonna start the board retreat. Can I kick off a couple little comments?
Go for it.
Okay, well, thank you for being here, Marie. So I didn't get to welcome you at the beginning of the public meeting, but I'm super excited that we can spend some time together as a board. I know it's a large commitment out of your days, and I know that all of us have places we could be. But I'm so excited about our board And I'm so excited about the vision of the organization and what we can do as our board role to support that and to kind of help staff but get out of the way so that they can make things really happen and that we can see great progress. So thank you for your commitment to being here today. I looked at the agenda. I'm happy that we're going to be spending some time on some of the areas like the strategic plan because I am learning the strategic plan still, even though I've been with the board for now, this feels like 8 months. Can't be that long. But so anyway, thank you for that. And so then I'll turn it over, I guess, to you and Marie and Colin to retreat. Thanks.
Great. Really excited to be here. I'll introduce myself and then have you all do some quick introductions. I'm Marie Kawase Huxley. I'm a Chief Strategy Officer at Attuned Education Partners. I started my career as a high school social studies and Spanish teacher in Los Angeles Unified School District, actually. And then held the roles of assistant principal and principal, district office leader, and then before joining Attuned 3 years ago, I was the chief of schools for KIPP Public Schools in Northern California. So I oversaw 17 schools, the teaching and learning, and then also principal supervision. But when I started at KIPP, we were 7 schools, and when I left, we were 17. So I know a little bit about growth and growing pains, but then also being able to create high quality schools for our students who deserve it the most. This is a little bit about Attuned. We serve school systems like Vista. And so I work with a number of systems across the country doing strategic planning work and then some implementation work. And then I should also mention, I'm a 4th generation Southern Californian, or was before I moved to the Bay Area. I grew up in Fullerton, pretty close by. Both my parents are Japanese American. I grew up in my dad East LA, my mom Gardena. And because of our history as Japanese Americans, my father's family was actually interned during World War II. It's one of the reasons why I do this work, and particularly supporting not just any school systems, but school systems that are really focused on students who haven't had the opportunities in their school systems. So it's really inspiring to work with Karen and Colin and you all to do this work. Really important. All right, and then a little bit about Attuned that sort of drew me to that organization is that we're practitioners. We've all been in the seats, Karen and Colin, and know how difficult this work is. And really we're about helping them focus, taking some work off their plate so that they can really focus in on students and families and do the really important work that they're charged to do. And then we bring, really clear processes, research, a lot of thoughts on our back end, but we also adapt to the needs of the organization. So we listen and really try to meet the needs of the systems that we're working with. All right, so that's a little bit about myself. Oh, just on a personal note, as I mentioned, I live in the Bay Area. I have 3 children, ages 21, 19, and 16. So 1 out of college, 1 in college, and then 1 a junior in high school. So balancing a lot until these 2 with younger kids, it goes quite fast. Okay, so I'd love to hear just a little bit about you all. So if you could share, got the names down, but maybe a little bit about your backgrounds and what drew you to Vista. And one thing that you really love about Vista, help me kind of better understand. See, I'm gonna, even though Karen, I know you, maybe you can share one thing that you're feeling good about school year, or one thing that you think is special about Vista.
I'll share something special about Vista. So I started in 2015, and ever since I started, it's always felt like home. And when I took on this new role, something that I really struggled with was going into different schools and not feeling that anymore. But something special about Vista is that I feel like home no matter what school site I'm at.
I'm Miles Turkey, as you know, my public education has been part of my career for most of my life. I recently retired in April of last year, so I've made it through a year of retirement, but I'm also doing some consulting, so I haven't really retired. But I worked for the San Diego Unified School District for a long time during the period where they were doing the non-traditional superintendent period. And we hired, you know, a US attorney who was a brilliant man, and so I was lucky to work under that leadership and see someone kind of shake up a public school district. You know, it's positive and negative when you do something like that. So I saw a lot of the positivities and I saw, you know, a number of the negativities. But I was fortunate to be raised with these people that had been 30-year career public educators in finance and human resources. And so every night at 5 o'clock was kind of my graduate program for public education, because nobody went home because we were working for the new superintendent who worked 24/7. So at 5 o'clock, we'd at least kind of, you know, pull out the, like, yeah, I should really be able to do something else for a minute. And so we'd go talk through that. So that's kind of how I learned education, from people that could sit down and put on their whiteboard, that, you know, finance guy, show me Prop 98 and why it's so ridiculous. So that, but I realized that there's so many struggles in a big school district to really treat children at the front of that model. That I started to get involved in charter schools, and was fortunate to kind of move to the Charter Schools Association, where I worked in local advocacy. So that's my background in education. I will shorten this, but I look forward to, like, to me, it's important that you all, I want to get to know you all, so I'm hoping that I'm modeling, kind of sharing a little bit more than maybe I would normally, because I think our background is super important to how we come to our seats today. But I will say, so the local advocacy piece continues to be a part of, you know, how do we separate her? I was involved in a lot of politics with board members and city council members, and all of these folks do local advocacy. And really the root of it is how do we keep those people out of the way, so that people that are trying to do the work at a real level aren't encumbered by all these ridiculous rules, but also aren't so flexible that they can break all of these common thoughts that would be, you know, break the law and do all kinds of things like that. So that's been kind of my hope. And when I retired, I wanted to work with Vista. Colin came to me and was looking for board members, and it was a great time because there are a number of really spectacular school systems in Orange County that are charter schools. And Vista is one of those, but Vista's challenges are a lot greater than a number of the really Orange County charter school systems. And just a quick story on that is I'm peer reviewing a credit enhancement federal grant right now. And one of the applicants, some of them are using 50% as a poverty threshold to qualify for competitive preference points. And that's acceptable in the grant, so it's not bad, but when you look at 50% poverty, look at that model of the socioeconomically disadvantaged not being able to get a quality education because of the many years of issues that we created for that population. So I'll stop there, but that's one of my list up.
Oh, awesome. That's a lot. I'm Michael Hoover, right? Really grateful to be here, excited to be on board. My journey in education started in 2009. I came out with LA with Teach for America, and then really know I want to live in LA. Never thought I would, but super grateful that I did. Started teaching high school math, charter school, we got public schools. Which when I got the job was really interesting. Big hiring fair, all this stuff. You don't really know what you're doing. It was like you get an interview, you need to take it. Like it's just one of those things move pretty fast. And then when I got green dot, I was like, oh, you're so lucky. Like that's, you know, an organization, they're gonna pay you well, like it's gonna be great, like it's charter school. And I had a great experience in animal justice, but something interesting about that year and unique to my story is that we had a staff meeting in March, like there'd be a they said, hey, we got a staff meeting Monday morning, 7 a.m. So we go to staff meeting and it was the kind of all bigwigs, CEO and the exec director, you know, I knew a couple of them. And they was shared that they were gonna close the school down at the end of the year. And that they were gonna tell the students in 30 minutes, like an assembly. And so it all happened really, really quick. And I don't know, when you're in your bubble, your first year teaching, right? And it's just like, I still was in my bubble. I was like, okay, great, I'm teaching first period, like that, you know what I mean? It was just, it was a wild time, but it really opened my eyes to the responsibility of quality school. And the interesting thing about that model that Green Dot had was that it was two high schools in the same building. Time and Justice was downstairs, I mean, we're bunch was upstairs. There's supposed to be a specialization for English language, students, with IEPs and Ralph Bunch. And so when they closed Justice, which is the school that I was at, they asked me to stay on as they expanded the bubble. So they guaranteed attendance for the students at Justice for Ralph Bunch. But I was one of the two teachers that they asked to stay on. And so the dynamics, all the stuff and the walkouts the students did just really impacted opened my eyes to the responsibility of great charter schools, and the difference in the culture between just upstairs and downstairs was same students, right? And it was a different culture, and so I got really interested in that work. And then I was gonna go to law school, because I just kind of was like, I didn't know what I was gonna do. And I had a friend who was called me up, and I shared with her my story about justice with her, and she said, hey, we're opening up a school in the Valley called Valley Middle School. When you teach algebra to high schoolers, right? We're teaching algebra to 8th graders. You should come check out what we're doing. And I went, and I like immediately like realized it was like a really big gut check for me, because when you start teaching, especially your first year, you like, you have all these aspirations, and then you kind of, I realized how much I'd lowered my expectations of quality, high quality education, what it could be. And so I told the principal at the time, who was Rob Molly, clear mentor to be interested in being a math teacher, but I'm more interested in how you did this. So like, if you're willing to sit with me, you know, once a month, and I can pick your brain, I'm all in. And so through that process, there wasn't a plan for a high school, but through that relationship, I helped open up the Valor High School. And we co-located with Panorama City High School out in the Valley. So I know we'll try to share utilities and facilities, but did as founding students, really proud of that, saw them through their graduating class, and then joined Brightstar Schools, which we then merged with some other schools within LA instead of opening up a bunch of schools. And from there, we had 4 schools and now we have 9. So for the past few years, I've been really working through organizational culture, school culture, how do we respect and identify the identities in the community that we're at, while also creating an organization, unity and alignment. So Colin reached out. He was one of my friends has been working with Vista for facilities, and so I reached out. Had a great lunch review at Liners. And I knew when, I don't know, within like 5 minutes, right? You know, I really appreciated the enthusiasm, but more importantly, the intentional thought of getting board members who didn't agree with him all the time, if that makes sense, right? But more importantly, it was just I believed in the leadership from day one. I think really exciting. And I see, to wrap this up with Vista, something I appreciate and I felt really grateful for, because I accepted, like, yeah, man. And then I was like, I didn't know what I was walking into. And just the joy of the relationships and how much people care and are, you know, authentically excited to see each other and be here for kids. I was gravitated to it. So it's been a joy to be on here. I'm looking forward to learning more about this and determining more special things. Thank you for sharing.
Oh, goodness. So I'm the newest member that joined, and I'm Kelly, so great to meet you. I'm actually a South Bay native, so born and raised in inner city LA. I actually grew up in Hawthorne and Gardena, and then I relocated, so now I'm in Torrance. And I also started in the classroom. I was a high school chemistry teacher for Losinger High School. I'm sorry, for Lawndale High School. I went to Losinger High School, but they're in the same district. And for me, that call to justice and acting to ensure that we are not only providing services for students to be able to have opportunity, but building their capacity to see that education is one avenue to change potentially the situation. For me, it was a cycle of poverty in first generation. My mom's a single mom, and so I think going back to my community to teach was really important. The first year that I taught, my husband teaches at Losing Who's also a teacher, where I'm supposed to be hard, so we went into education together. But the first year I taught, I think the kids taught me a great deal. Our superintendent at the time, which is why, I mean, if I didn't know Colin when he originally reached out for this role, I would have immediately said no, because I don't accept board roles very often, just because of the nature of the work. And if I commit to something, I want to see it through. But my own superintendent at the time, when I was a student, and then also when I was a teacher for that same district, is now locked up. And yes, and so the FBI had a huge investigation because of all sorts of wrongdoing. Hence, I'm always asking questions. And you know, at the time, there was this toxic culture for students and teachers, truly, when we would ask questions of why his salary was nearing 800,000, why we didn't have textbooks for ourselves, right? But there was a 2% loan for his personal home mortgage, right? Things that the board oversaw, but really didn't oversee, right? And so always tucked in and hidden. And so for me, there is that level of responsibility that I think I don't take lightly in this role, because I know the damage that can be done, the distrust that erodes that relationship that the school is trying to build with not only the community, but those who serve students, right, first and foremost. And so coming from that situation, my first year teaching, I remember that superintendent decided to punish her teachers who spoke up lies. I came from UCLA TP, we're a social justice oriented program, and many first year teachers came from UCLA into Central Valley. And so it was a very teacher ran school. And there was a beauty in that. It ran kind of like a charter, but at the same time, under the traditional funding model. And then with the superintendent, they started to change, and a lot of reports on what punished we were. So he decided in that year to relocate over 20 teachers and shuffle them from school to school. We're talking football coaches, people that were core pillars of the school district, just to make a point that if you were too loud, if you told parents and teachers to speak up too much, right, that we would make it. And I remember, you know, the principals sadly, you know, student control going was like the most inhumane way to do it, but you know, 5 minutes of like, here's your letter, you're leaving next week, here's your letter. So we're all nervously waiting. And the students were so upset. I just remember they were so mad, right? And they looked at me and they're like, can we walk out? And I was like, listen, you have to do what you feel is right. And if you feel like this is a level of injustice that you need to stand up for, I can't stop 36 students from walking out of my class. And I just remember the whole student body of the entire school, all 3 schools, walked to the district office to demand better for their teachers. And for me, it was such a powerful moment of bravery and youth. And that was my first year. And then I taught at several school districts. And so I have this beautiful outlook of being able to see low SES districts, but then also I taught in Beverly Hills and Tustin and El Segundo. And so just seeing kind of the bandwidth of how schools operate and how different things are. And I just remember as I kept looking for a homeschool, what I was really searching for was a place to make suspension. And I realized that I could not do that within the 4 walls that I have. I just needed more, because my students, once they stepped out of my class, there were systems that they had to deal with that I couldn't help them with. And so I sought higher ed, I graduated from UCLA with my doctoral degree, and then I was at UCI training supervisors that are going out and ensuring that new teachers can get their credentials, but then I also taught pre-service teachers, so the incoming teachers, and helping them to also be justice oriented and really thinking through how to be culturally relevant in their instruction and how to do that, while honoring the humans that are in front of them. And then from there, I ran a statewide initiative called Eclipse, which is the first initiative in the state to bring every UC and Cal State together. So supporting all 33 colleges in the state, working with. But in short, the goal was to graduate every student in California to be high school literate, but then also change makers in their own communities for the state. And then now I'm the ED of an environmental nonprofit in Los Angeles. And we're small but mighty, but my connection to Vista and Colin is because I'm a practitioner at heart. And so when I was the director of the UCI Science Project, we were working directly with his teachers in the classroom to build out a climate leadership program, passing board resolution at that time, as well to think through climate literacy. So it has been interesting to be on many different communities, if you will, to see the system at different points. But yes, I support Vista today, and I definitely would not have said yes if I didn't believe in the leadership that is here today to move the system. And I genuinely feel that these two, with the support and the principals and the staff that I've met so far, I think that they can actually move the system and create that systemic change that really will benefit all of us. And so, thank you all for that.
No, my name is Veronica. I was one of the parents who fought for parent trigger. For the parents trigger, I was one of the parents who were lazy. I'll be honest, didn't want to go to any of the schools or what's going on in the school until my wife dragged me out there and to see everything that was going on. So started the community. A lot of the community parents knows me. So they grabbed me and saying, "Could you speak English? Help us." So I was there helping them. Before there was no programs in Palmland. There was nothing. They were saying the reason is because it was a bad area, because there was a lot of Hispanic people in Palmland. That was the reason why there were not a lot of money going into it. So we fought for it to become a charter school. Gloria Romero was her name, who helped us accomplish all that. We went to court. We won the first court. We won the second court. It took us all the way to Supreme Court, and we fought in Supreme Court. We won Supreme Court, became prominent charter. Parents asked me to become a board member with prominent, and I didn't want to be honest. Like I said, I was one of those parents who didn't want anything, but once the parents say go ahead, where I went, I gave in, started going to board meeting, and started learning a lot of stuff about the kids, and everything. So I started getting more and more involved, helping in the school, cleaning the school, cleaning windows, helping them out because we didn't have a lot of money. When you start charter school, you don't have a lot of money, to be honest. And we were helping them at lunchtime, everything. Then, what was his name? Them who was there? Don came to Homeland when we were going to be, Homeland was gonna be no more charter school, then Don came in. Then we united the schools together with Vista. So, the parents asked Don if they can keep me as a board member. So I'm here because of the parents. And I'm trying to do the best to get better education for the kids and everything. And now it's a little different because they do have a lot of programs, to be honest. They do have a lot of programs of Homeland. They're helping them. They're just growing more and more, little by little, but it's getting there. And yeah, that's how I started here. I met Collins when Don, and I'll be honest with you, he is one truly responsible and everything. He likes to talk to parents. He goes out there and helps out a lot. I'll be honest, and thank you very much for everything you've done. And that's my story, how I ended up at charter school.
So much of what you all have shared has really resonated with me because it also feels like it's part of my story too. And I started as a math teacher, high school math, in Los Angeles Unified. And I got into it because I wanted to make it, I wanted to be part of something bigger than myself, wanting to make a true difference in the lives of children and families that did not have the same opportunities. And fast forward to today at Vista, I was just reading something that our new director of construction shared, and after spending 8 years in an organization, it's easy to kind of lose that same like giddiness that you have coming into an organization. But when I heard what she shared, like she said, I just feel like I'm in educational heaven. And she was talking about our administrative retreat that we had at this exact same location last week. And she said after spending 30 plus years in education, she has never experienced a retreat or anything like that. And it brought me back to 8 years ago when I was joining Vista. I had spent my entire career in Los Angeles Unified as a teacher and an administrator, and I never thought that I was going to join a charter. I was at the time looking to become a principal and was interviewing at other districts. So the only reason why Vista was the only charter that I interviewed at. The only reason was because of Don, and I had known Don. We had gone through the USC doctorate program together. And so I gave him a chance, and I interviewed, and the rest is history. And it has just been, it's been more than I could have ever anticipated. Coming into this, not knowing much about charter schools, how they work and everything, but really seeing that you can do what is truly needed for kids and families, to make sure that they have every single opportunity that a student coming from a different community might have. And I just feel like Vista is, like Karen said, home. We call it a Vista family, and that's it. I think it goes beyond just a cliche title. It truly is a special place, and having worked at a number of other organizations, schools, districts, it's not common. It's not common to have a culture like this, and so I really try to pinch myself as often as possible to not take it for granted, and to constantly strive to make sure that we are creating this special place, not only for new staff to come in and for returning staff, but also for our kids and our parents, and making sure that we never lose sight of what we're doing.
And thank you, each of you, for sharing so much about yourselves. I just think it's really important for us to bring ourselves to this work, sort of motto, sort of stuff. And one of the things that I think makes this is special and creates this culture is the practice of Way of Council. So we are going to participate in Way of Council today, and that has to.
Yeah, so I see like a floor over there, so I'm actually gonna ask us to move over there. Please bring your chairs. You want it?
Need it.
You don't need it. It's sort of, just.
Looks like it's the dance floor,
Yeah.
and I guess we need to rotate the camera.
I know. I'll be okay.
Said they were making it.
Got you, Kelly.
I think
No.
at the.
Yeah.
And then-
Exactly.
Kelly, what do you want? I can go grab you.
Oh, no, really, it's okay, don't worry.
I'm gonna come here.
It's okay, thank you, thank you.
No, I'm just sitting here waiting.
Oh,
My turn.
alright. Joy,
If you want me to, I can.
it's up to you, like if you're gonna, if you have to leave the council, then.
No, I don't have
do
to
it.
leave. All it's on my schedule is closed session.
Okay,
So
so
whenever
just-
that is.
Come into the- Alright, so, thinking about ourselves, Marie said, ourselves in this space. Today we're gonna share stories of our traditions, but I'm also going to do a little bit of professional development around council so that you guys can, one, experience it and experience what our students and our staff experience, but also understand why we do it. So, this the way of council is one of our signature projects, if I can say it's one of our traditions. It's a framework that we use to create meaningful and transformative dialogue for our staff and students. And council comes with a number of elements that help establish safe, respectful, and open space for participants to share their experiences, their insights, their stories, and for building deep and meaningful relationships, which is really a part of what we do. So I'll be going through the elements of council while you experience a council and sharing our practice. So we start in a circle. That's why I asked all of you bring your chairs and sit in a circle. This circle symbolizes unity, it symbolizes equality, balance and wholeness, and it removes any hierarchy. And fosters a sense of community. So if you think of our students, you know, there's always an innate hierarchy of students and the teacher that doesn't exist in the circle. In the circle, everybody is the same. And so it encourages open communication among all participants. In council, we have what we call a center, and just like any special tradition or any special celebration that you would have a home, you would have at your home or anywhere, you always set up something that sets it apart from the day-to-day. And our council is our center, and our center is usually just a cloth, something that sets the stage for what's about to happen. We have in our center talking pieces. And some of these talking pieces are just like random objects that you find, so that you have a talking pieces. Some of them are special, such as things from our staff retreats that I've had, gifts from students in China, from Colin, like a trip from Colin with Colin and Dawn. Some Happy Meal toys. Yeah, somebody gave it to me because they know I'm a Disney fan and it's special, so I included it in my council tip. And in the center, it's always a good idea to have also something that grounds us to the earth. If I was in the classroom, I would probably have water. That I can pour into my bowl, or a plant but that would die in my mobile council kit. So, it's just the things that ground us to the earth here, are probably my little piece of wood from our retreat, and actually my stick was a stick that I've done on a walk, Big Bear during one of our retreats, and we decorated with Trojan hooks. Yeah. So the center serves as our grounding elements. It also helps us to focus our attention and our energy. As you know, in most cultures, it is customary to look at people in the eyes when you're talking. In other cultures, it isn't, and it can be very nerve-wracking for kids to have everybody looking at them. So the center also serves as a place where you can look at if you don't want to make eye contact with others, if that makes you uncomfortable. The center also holds our shared intentions and our values. Council has many formats. Today, we're going to do what we call a full group council. So we are all seated in one group and everybody is sharing, everybody feels comfortable to share. So
council starts by announcing the topic, and our topic for today is our traditions. This gives everybody, we announce the topic to give you guys time and an opportunity to reflect on the topic and to prepare to go into council. So our topic today will be our traditions. So as I start to prepare us to go into council, you can start to think about traditions, what they are, what role do these play in your life? When do you celebrate? How do you celebrate? How are the celebrations the same or different from others? Or you can reflect on whatever comes to your mind when you think about your traditions. I mentioned the word going into council, so council begins with some type of mark, a way that, some type of ritual or a way to start the section and for everybody to become present in our council. So openings also tend to foster a sense of community, especially if you think about people going from different groups, like sometimes I'll do council with our central office team, sometimes I do council with the principals, sometimes I'll go into a classroom, they invite me, so the opening, this can also be very a ritual to that group. And today we're gonna open council by reading about and now that the chime has ended, I will call for dedications. Dedications help us put someone or something at the center of the circle. There's many different ways to make a dedication. What we're going to do today is we're going to take one of the pebbles or the marbles and we're going to drop it into a bowl. And if you'd like to make a dedication, you can take a pebble, drop it into a bowl, and announce who or what you want to dedicate this council to. So if you would like to make a dedication, again, take a marble or a pebble, drop it into a bowl, and you can announce who you want to make this dedication.
One at a time, all at once.
Oh, one at a time, and whenever you're ready, this is, whenever you're ready, and you can also make multiple dedications if you'd like.
It is the comments where you like to go.
This is for my kid, Stan Russell.
Dedicate this to Alyssa, Daniela, the other team, city, or animus specific.
I dedicate this, I share this a bit, but even starting is, I'm gonna dedicate to start off in all and use the family until about middle school, I think it's kind of the best school, so school tier, also a really friend of mine. So there's something who's the first one who used to speak council, so the expedition is also for council, right? She can be also council and. So
I dedicate this to my dad, sort of the patriarch of our family, and I think about traditions. It's fine.
I'm gonna dedicate my wife Lily, who is the instructor of my traditions and taught me a lot about the family tradition.
I'm going to dedicate this one to Karen, who's been doing a lot for my organization, this stuff lately.
Dedicate this to the four of you, Miles shared this at the very beginning, but it's difficult to spend an entire day out at a retreat like this, and so I just want to thank you, the kids, all of you coming here and dedicating this time to so.
I'll dedicate this to one who's not here today, but does a lot for our members. Any last calls for dedication? Okay, so when we sit in council, we practice or we do our best to practice core intentions. And I say do our best because they are intentions. So in council, we practice 4 intentions, and I'll just share what they are and a little bit about what they mean. So our first intention is to listen from the heart. When we're in council, we do our best to listen from the heart. To seek to understand, to seek to listen and understand others. To seek to accept others as they are, instead of trying to fix people. We try very hard to suspend judgment. And just to listen for meaning. We listen from the heart in order to empathize and show empathy toward others. To stay present. We also listen from the heart so that we could pay attention to our own internal responses and how we react to the stories or anything that's being shared, and to honor the feelings of others and to honor our own feelings as well. The next intention is to speak from the heart, and council gives us an opportunity to tell your personal story. So not necessarily share your philosophy or beliefs or, what others think is right, but just to share your own personal story, not your opinions, to tell your fullest truth as possible. And to really think about, as you're speaking about you and who you are and that you bring to the council. Another intention is what we say be. And just what that means is to allow space for all voices, say what needs to be said, but also ensure that others can also say what they need to share. And then our final intention is to be spontaneous. So share what's alive in your heart, share what's alive in the moment. Don't worry about rehearsing or what if they don't like what I'm gonna say, or what if I sound dumb, in this practice, the goal is to create safe spaces so that we can be spontaneous and share our truth. In council, just a couple reminders that it's okay to pass, but remember that your voice is important. Also, we want to make sure that we protect the council and make it safe for others. And one way of doing that is to make sure that what happens in council stays in council. So sometimes talking about certain things in here doesn't mean that I want to talk about it with you when I'm sitting at the table. So just keeping things like that in mind.
Is this being recorded?
It
It is.
is.
Okay,
Yeah.
just wanted to verify that.
Yeah.
This is the first council that I've been a part of that has been recorded, so usually it's not,
Mhm.
but for the purposes of.
Got it. So we should just be mindful of.
We should be
Yeah.
mindful that it is.
Yeah.
On the record.
Yes.
Got
it.
but.
Yeah, and traditionally, council is very special, so like I said, I mentioned that sometimes I get invited to join councils in classrooms. I won't come without an invitation, and also if I'm just stopping by and I can only stay for 5 minutes, I won't join. I will just excuse myself in a very respectful way and leave the classroom to allow for that, safety and that, feeling of trust and connection being created by the teacher or in any space, even if it's not a teacher, even if it's a staff meeting and the principal's like, oh, we're having council. A lot of times I will join, I enjoy it, but if I can't stay for the whole thing. And I also don't stay to observe either. It's really just, it's really to be a part of it. So now we'll move into our prompts, and prompts is a question or an invitation designed to focus the council. We respond to prompts using talking pieces. So talking piece is just an object that gets passed around. It gives the holder the exclusive right and the gift to speak and share. It promotes focused listening and respect and ensures that each person has an opportunity to speak without interruption. And again, this is our first council, so all of these talking pieces are mine, but in future councils that we have, I might ask you to bring a talking piece that you would like to share with the group. I do have a leader's piece. This just allows me to continue to facilitate. So if something is going on and I want to make sure that we're respecting the process, I will use my leader's piece to pause the group, give a little bit more guidance and direction. So we're gonna start with what we call a speed round. And speed rounds are quick. They're usually low stakes for safety. They allow us to get into council and also to prepare for the story round. The speed round is speedy, so sometimes the invitation will ask you to respond in one word, in a short phrase, or in 1 to 2 sentences. So for our speed round today, I want to get everybody thinking about traditions. So think about your traditions in one word or a short phrase. Share. When do you celebrate or practice traditions? We'll be going around multiple times, so don't feel pressured to choose that one perfect time. So when do you celebrate or practice your traditions? When you're ready to respond, you'll pick up a talking piece. And after sharing, we pass the talking piece in the direction of time. So we move on. Holiday. Milestones.
Family events.
Sacraments.
Anniversary.
Birthday.
Christmas.
And just a reminder, you can pass to. Birthdays.
Camping.
Retreats.
My mom.
My kids.
So now we're going to move into our story round. This is where we share our stories. That's why it's called the story round. So for our story round today, tell about a time when you celebrated a special tradition. What makes it, what was the celebration? How do you celebrate? What makes it special? Is it a common tradition that a lot of people celebrate, or is it special to you or your family? And how often do you celebrate? When you're ready, please pick up the talking piece and give this to share.
I love traditions. Like I just love them. Any way for us to like get together and like do something like, I don't know, a tradition, like just it's something special that we do, part of our identity. And my favorite tradition currently is an ugly ornament exchange, an ugly Christmas ornament exchange. And I have to like give credit, which is crazy to my parents, but like we didn't do it growing up, but when I was home like 10 years ago for Christmas from Washington State. And they're like, oh, our neighbors are like doing an ugly ornament exchange, like you're all gonna come, like I have 3 sisters, and everybody's like, no, we have to go to this thing, like sounds kind of weird. And it was so much fun. And then I came back to LA and I'm really blessed with like a great community and like people around me. And for years I was like, come on guys, we gotta do this ugly ornament. Like, this sounds dumb. And I did it 1 year and it's just like the best time of the year. And we have like 40 people that come now, and it's just like laughter, joy. Coming together and remind you what's important, which is those people is I think at the heart of all traditions, but especially now.
One of the things I shared was anniversaries. And this is top of mind because my wife and I just celebrated our anniversary a few weeks ago. And so my wife is Indonesian, and the majority of her family still lives back in Indonesia. And so we had our wedding in Bali. One, because it's a beautiful place, but two, so the majority of her families could attend because they wouldn't be able to come here in the States to attend. And because we got married in Bali, we also needed to make it official in the United States. And so we had a very small civil ceremony at the courthouse to make it official 10 years ago as well. So in essence, we have 2 anniversaries. I like to call one my marriage anniversary when we made it official and our wedding anniversary. But I want to tell the story about our marriage anniversary. And so May 6th of every year, because that's the date that we had our civil ceremony, because it was only my wife and I and our parents, and at the time, one of my grandparents, afterwards, we wanted to go out and celebrate, and my wife and I love pizza. And so we ended up going to Pizzeria Mozza to celebrate. And so it has just become a tradition that every year on May 6th, to celebrate our anniversary, we go to Pizzeria Mozza. But there was one year in particular And I think it was, we just had one of our kids, and so we weren't able to go out to Malta. And so I just remember saying, okay, what are we gonna do? We have to have pizza. And so we ended up just getting like Domino's, and eating it at home, but it's just this special thing that every year on May 6th, we have to have pizza and it's nothing fancy or anything, but it just gives us that time to reminisce on a special day in our lives.
Oh, she's tuning in right now.
Yeah. I'm sure she, every moment.
Okay, earlier I said every day because I'm a daughter of refugees, so I'm Vietnamese American. I was born here, and my mom came here during the Vietnam War. And growing up, I wasn't really allowed to ask questions about my family's history because I think it brought a lot of trauma to my mom. And so she just kept saying, it's rude to ask about somebody's past. So I never could do homework assignments that were related to this question. And it wasn't until I had kids. So my kids are 7 and 10 now. And they started asking questions when they would see family pictures. And they saw a black and white photo of a young man who was in naval attire. And so, like, oh, who's that person? In my mind, I'm like, oh my gosh, please ask more questions so I can learn. And my grandmother said, oh, that's your grandmother. And for me, when I think about traditions and feeling rooted, it was really difficult growing up where you're always feeling torn between two places. Going back to Vietnam, not ever, like people identify right away, oh, you're American, just by the accent that I use when I speak Vietnamese. And then when you're here growing up as well, I was in inner city LA, very few Asians, didn't feel American enough. And so I always felt like I never had 2 feet planted anywhere. And so it was really hard to develop those types of traditions. And I had mom who was going through her own trauma, working 2 jobs, supporting 3 kids, and didn't want to talk about any of that stuff. And so I just remember when my kids asked this question about our grandfather, right, or their great grandfather. My mom shared, he was second in command of the French naval fleet, and he was an engineer. Actually, all of my uncles, so her dad and all his brothers, were all engineers, and family friends. And in Australia, things that I had never heard about. I was like, this is so odd to me. Like, whose family is this, right? And I just remember in that moment thinking, okay, my mom is starting to open up. And it's because she's and she's thinking about legacy. And she's thinking about tradition. If she doesn't tell these stories now, my kids will not know them. And then if they have kids, I'll not be able to share our origin story. So what traditions we know. And I saw that bowl right there. And I'll just hold it up so you can't see it. But on the side, there are symbols, right? Characters, if you will. And we went back to Vietnam for the first time in November with my mom and my sister and my mom. We took the kids, and this was the first time my mom walked us around her hometown. And there were characters everywhere. She had explained finally, like, in Vietnam, we never had the alphabet system until communism took over. And that's why when you see temples, there are characters and they look like Indonesian characters or Chinese characters or what have you, but it's because Vietnamese people at that time, that was their language. So through this uncovering, I started thinking, okay, my mom's starting to open up, but at the same time, my kids are growing up. So I said every day because we started our own with our kids. And one of the things that we do to ground ourselves and to feel we have 2 feet planted everywhere we are, to be where those feet are, is really thinking about the role that nature plays in the lives, of nourishing ourselves. So literally on a daily basis, my kids will walk down the street, pass by a tree, be in the shade and be like, thank you tree for the shade, right? And when they go to the beach and there's a seashell or what have you, if they want to pick it up, they literally have to ask for permission before doing so. I try to to pass these traditions on to them because we didn't have very many ourselves. At least there was an intentional, rational way of thinking to them. But yeah, I feel like there's a way of starting anew, but also during that time peeling back layers to understand.
For us, it's like when my wife got a resident, we went to Mexico to visit our family. They took me almost everywhere in Chiapas, Agua Azul, Palenque. We had a lot of fun in Mexico with her family. They're real nice persons, especially with her grandparents. Their culture is different. They talk dialecto, different language aspects. Actually, I don't remember, probably my wife doesn't say it. But definitely speak a lot. Her mom can speak a lot of dialecto because she was a teacher, and she's a retired teacher. Her dad was a teacher too. I believe her dad is still working as a teacher. But yes, she will go inside the jungles to teach natives Spanish, to learn Spanish and everything. And the way it is over there is different. Not like over here, like you see a lot of cars and everything. Over there is like peace and quiet. You once you landed and you're out of the airplane, you're like, for sure. Like that. Like it's totally different. Even Agua Azul was breathtaking. That water was nice and blue and everything, and it was a beautiful, beautiful day, Chiapas, like no other. It was nice, to be honest.
I really feel like being lean right now, but it's challenging. Hearing all of your guys share kind of made me reflect on, you said that you don't always, as a white woman, a lot of times I feel like our parents feel like you just fit, like you fit in, right? Figure it out, like you make your own traditions. And so it's been interesting being a parent. My other half is Caribbean and English. So she's got a lot of Caribbean cultural stuff. And then there's the English part, which is like, very kind of proper and you have something like it's not public, right? So I think one thing, and I think this brings to heart for me about just letting go and not really, don't worry about, it doesn't have to be Guyanese, it doesn't have to be American, it can just be like your family. So one thing that we do, and this is super corny, but my kids love it, is we make cookies Christmas Eve. And I usually make the dough first, like if they don't know about it, and then they make the dough, 'cause God knows. But like it's we waste a ton of eggs, we waste a ton of flour, and I mean, it's great. And then we make cookies and we leave it out, and they, every year they write a letter to Santa, and like this year we were in England this year. And I printed like this corny thing that they could, because my little one is 3, so it was like, where you get naughty or nice and check naughty, and then check nice too. He's like, I was fun. Those little things, and then one of us like eats some of the cookies and eats it. And it's just simple, but for them, like, and when they grow up, they'll be like, hey, this is what our mom did with us. So.
I also tradition, so a lot of things come to mind. I'll share one that is just ours, my family's, my immediate families. When my daughter turned 1, we did like a thing at the Build-A-Bear with the stuffed animals with just a bunch of kids. And then we had like a lunch at night at our place for family. So at the time that she was born, we happened to be in the car moving from one place to another. And it was her first birthday. So that was when the clock hit 3:15, it was like a big moment for me because it just reminded me of, everything the year prior. So I took her picture. And ever since then, that's our tradition every year. At the time of their birth, I take a picture of my kids. And, she's 16 and my son just turned 13, so it gets harder as they get older. I have pictures of her walking to school because she usually has volleyball practice. And, if that's the time it hits, then I'll take it. My son is usually sleeping because he was born at 8:37 in the morning, so he's sleeping in most of his pictures. And the nice thing is that they're both, well, they have the same birthday, but they were both born in July, so I'm off, I'm always off, which is why I'm able to do that. We've been able to do it every year. We've missed a couple of times by like maybe 1 or 2 minutes, but the story I'm gonna share will be the story of when we were in Orlando, and I really hope my daughter's not watching. There was one year we were at Walt Disney World for their birthday, this was maybe 3 or 4 years ago, and we did the whole like lunch with the characters, and then it was time to go on our next ride. So we were standing in line, and my daughter needed to go to the restroom. So she went to the restroom, and we sit in line waiting to go on some ride, I don't remember. And my alarm went off, it was 3:15, and I was like, wait, I can't get out of the line, but she's in the restroom. And I sent her a text message and I said, hey, it's 3:15, I need your picture. And shockingly enough, she took a selfie. And you can tell she's in a good spot. And he sent it to me, so I have a picture of her. I don't know, maybe it was like 13 or 14. So up until now, we've managed to get pictures of them at the time they were born every year. It's getting more and more challenging, and this year specifically, it really got me thinking like, what's gonna happen when they're 27, or what's gonna happen when they're 32? But so far, it's been so good. Oh, and actually this year, she had practice and I had to take her, and we had to leave at 8:30. And I'm like, what do I do? Because my son was born at 8:37 and I was gonna miss it. And I just told her, you're gonna be late to practice because I have to take you. And snapped it and yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so I have a love-hate relationship with traditions. And I think it's because I see like growth, evolution, and change as things that are driving my lifestyle of wanting to improve all the time. But I will say I dedicated this to my wife, and I'll share a story that my wife her family has traditions for everything. Pretty much. And it's actually been a really great thing for me to see that and how it has built the culture of our family and passed down things that her family has done for years and years and years. And so I remember I have traditions in my family, but I never thought of them as traditions because it's things we just did. But I'll share the story. There's, like I said, I'm thinking now about 50, the ways that her family has done things over the years, always. But the one that maybe the one that's my favorite is we do Christmas morning is always Eggs Benedict. And her dad passed that on to us, and we've done that for almost every Christmas that I can remember. We've not broken that model, and it's a special recipe. Granted, you think of Eggs Benedict, and you probably had Eggs Benedict, but there's like a special way to do it. There's a special way to do everything, and you must comply. And we've modified some things, but over the recipe book comes out with a handwritten recipe that's been around for years, and you watch through that process. So it's something that I've kind of been able to learn and share and be able to do. So that's been a special thing.
I'm gonna share a little bit about graduation. That's a big tradition in our family. Both my mom and dad were the first in their families to graduate from college, so the education is just so paramount. I have a big family, 5 sisters and a brother. We all graduated from college, and then between all of us, there are 20 grandchildren. It's a lot. And my daughter is the 12th grandchild and the 12th to graduate from college. And my parents, who are now 86 and 83, have attended every single one of those. Oklahoma, Iowa, they're not even just local. So it's just a really important tradition in our family. And then even I've been to almost all my nieces and nephews, my sisters all go, so it's just a really neat tradition and maybe a little bit of pressure to get on it, but just something that's really important.
All right, so thank you all for sharing. Our final round today is what we call a witness round. Witnessing means listening to others without judgment and reflecting on what resonates and reiterating what others might have said. Witnessing helps us develop listening skills, it helps us develop empathy and understanding, and it helps us take others' perspectives. And it promotes an environment of respect and appreciation. So, for our witness round, the prompt is, what is something you've heard someone else say that touched you? And again, similar to the speed round, this is also a short word, a word or a short phrase. So something that somebody said that resonated with you. And whenever you're ready, let's have a piece.
3:15 and 8:37.
And we need a minute. Are we keeping it short? Okay.
We're keeping it short.
Colin's tradition about what we call it. Yeah.
Thank you. A graduation.
Anniversary.
To be.
This is something my mom told me about.
All right, so just as we open council to go into council, we also close council. We use a ritual to close council before returning to our usual ways of being. Closing the council also helps strengthen the circle, within which the intentions of listening and speaking are to be achieved. So to close our council today, we're going to pass the pulse. So I'm gonna ask everybody just to stand up and right here. And when you feel the pulse, you're gonna pass it to the next person and it goes around the circle. And that's it.
Thank
No, it's fine.
My question is, what constitutes creation of council, or how do you define when the council?
So this is more of a qualified council, but a council is really something that you can do about heightened awareness of something. So it can be in a very informal setting. There are different kinds of councils, like one of the things we did at the administrative retreat, a little council, where there were essentially two concentric circles and like 4 people in
But who convenes at a recess within a council time? Like anybody?
Anybody.
So
And we do it in a variety of settings.
Principal or,
Mhm.
and they can pick what group they're in? Okay.
Yeah. You can too.
Good job.
Yeah.
Thank you for that, I really, I appreciate that.
There is coffee.
Yes.
Woo-hoo. And coffee.
Oh, thank you.
Coffee and liver. Wish I could help you, but I don't know. I don't know. So there you go. Yeah.
And we are, just for everybody, not residents, you know where they're at.
Restrooms are right out the door here, there's a.
Okay.
With the software situation.
I wasn't, I usually do like the tickets, like. Go the rest whenever you want, you know, don't be burdened by the agenda item that we're in, if you feel like you need to go, or you think you can go on. Because I usually do that for.
So, I have the next slide. So today's objectives, and. Miles, I appreciate you and I brainstorming, like how to make this the most impactful retreat. Possible, and this is Vista's first board retreats since before I got here.
Since I was in
Probably the last decade or 10 years.
yeah.
So it's been a long time coming, and I feel like this is the perfect time for a board retreat. We have, for the most part, aside from Geronimo, a brand new board. And a brand new superintendent. And so we've got to know each other through board meetings and informally, individually. But never, not really spending time like this dedicated together. And so first and foremost, I want to have this time so we could build community amongst ourselves, amongst the board, really develop that sense of trust and a strong connection between us. But also build a shared vision for Vista. A lot of the work that we do is all of the Vista's business. And we wanted to make sure that we have this shared vision that it doesn't just sit with Karen and myself, that sits with all of us. And is really aligned with our strategic plan. Talked a lot about the strategic plan, but we've never had the opportunity to really dive deep into the strategic plan. And then really be able to set common goals moving forward. We have a lot of goals, but allowing ourselves to really together those and even refine.
Great. So the teachers in the room will be able to understand that Paul and I probably over planned. Our lesson plan is very long and you'll see. So we're gonna make some in the moment kind of decisions about what we'll either abbreviate or maybe do at a different time. But our plan was to spend some time just talking about where you all are as a board. Kind of talk about the natural development of a board over time. Do some asset mapping and then spend some time just understanding the strategic plan. So that's kind of the morning agenda. And then in the afternoon, Dr. Corey Loomis is going to come and do a 30-minute presentation on just some really important things for a board to know about, especially in charter space. And then we would jump into kind of the nitty-gritty of the strategic plan. Really look at what was done last year, how things are going, and then spend some time thinking about what's on deck for this coming year, and then end with board goals with commitments, and then closing reflection and next steps. So a lot to cover today, but we're gonna start with a little bit around just board orientation and culture. And then we'll probably, I think, instead of moving into asset mapping, we'll probably do some strategic plan overview and save the asset mapping till the end. Okay, so as we think about board and board culture, we wanted to share this visual that I think really resonated Colin around how to develop a strong board culture. And today is really about planting those seeds and nurturing growth. And it's a little bit why we were really intentional about kind of going slow this morning and spending some time getting to know each other, getting to know your identities and what you're bringing to the board to kind of plant these seeds and start to nurture the growth of this board. Then over time, it's really about maintaining the health of this board and then evolving over time. So this is sort of the cycle that we want you to be thinking about today. And I wanted to spend some time or just share kind of some research that's been done around boards in general. And the idea in this visual is that a board's development actually mirrors an organization's development. And many of you, along with other organizations, so this might make you think about those as well. But in the blue arrow on this slide, you'll see an organization's development from startup to then emerging growing phase, and then getting to a scaled or mature state. And then you'll see how the board kind of follows a similar path. So when the organization's in startup mode, the board is founding and it's just kind of operating and putting all the systems in place to actually be able to respond to the startup organization. And then when the organization's in this emerging or growing phase, the board is starting to be more of a governing and strategic board. And then as the organization moves to a more mature scale version, then the board takes on kind of a sustaining role. And these 2 points at the bottom are really important. And it's the idea that if, there were no retreats and no investments in the board's development, evolving boards could drift into unhealthy roles, either governing as micromanagers, like really wanting to know every single detail of everything that's happening, or they could really be stepping back and governing as spectators. And I think you shared a really good, warning sign of what happens when a board is governing as a spectator. So that's important. And then really what we're shooting for is a board and superintendent highly engaged in the right roles and in step so that there's a constructive partnership that positions the board as governing as leaders, which really is the goal here. So oftentimes boards evolve because they're triggered by certain things. And so they might be triggered by strategic plan or growth. They might be triggered by change in the external environment, maybe a leadership transition, either superintendent level, board level, might be a fundraising campaign in effect, or a crisis or risk that the organization is facing. Just want you to think about which of these factors are at play for Vista right now. So you can just, we can talk about this as a group. So yeah, what do you think are at risk right now, Steph?
You go to the third one and the second one, or the third one, and the first one. Yeah. Elaborate, but superintendent, right? And the board, for the most part, not everybody, and then a lot of strategic growth happening, right? And a lot of opportunities that are organization.
I mean, right, so I always feel like these are all continuums, so we're always at one left, like all five of these are really in our bailiwick of crisis potentials or trigger potentials. And some may be stronger than others, right? So it's.
It sort of makes sense, as you're moving toward this continuum, these things pop up often simultaneously or one at a time. That's really an opportunity for you all, part of Vista's evolution, in thinking about change.
Quick question. Yes. So I agree when you said that. I was thinking of goalposts. Like how far left, how far right.
It's a good image, yeah.
I said the same. The first three, even number two, there's a lot of background ones right now and what's going on with education, talking about that. But I'd be curious to know what our leadership is thinking of in terms of how they are viewing the organization and along that goalpost, how they're ranking all five. Yeah, because I think that will influence your decision making and how you prioritize. So if you find that you're on opposite sides of how you're ranking, say the first one, you might be prioritizing two very different things and just not even seeing that you are. And so it might be interesting to first even unveil that and have a critical conversation.
And to that, and I completely agree with Michael, when I was first going through these, number one and number three popped out to me, because I think there are more obvious factors, where we're in, or entering year two of a strategic plan and have done a lot of work on that. And obviously, there's a new superintendent and 4 out of 5 board members are brand new. So I think those, if there's a continuum, they're probably at the top. However, I agree that all 5 are relevant. We have 2 of our now 7 schools are going through renewal this next year. And so we have to, we're working hard on that, and there's always inherent risk involved with that, and there's legislation that's going on and things like that. So we always have to manage those external factors. We've got a brand new school that is entering a brand new community. So a lot of those factors are very relevant at this time. And you mentioned just everything that's going on in education in general, and the funding aspect of education, uncertainty related to that. So from my perspective, while I think 1 and 3 are probably the most apparent, I think all 5 are very relevant.
Yeah, and I was really thinking about number 2, external environment. Like, I think there's some things that are just glaring when you think about education right now, like at a national level and at a state level. But just even everything happening locally, like our 2 schools are going start going through renewal. And there is a very specific political climate in each of those, in both of those areas. And then the new school that's opening, there's a political climate as well there that's driving what, like things that have happened and things that haven't. And then thinking about from like a broader lens of renewal, you know, these 2 are the first of all of our schools going through renewal cycles in a very different political climate than they did before. With new legislation than there was before, with new drivers that we have to start paying attention now. You know, we're not waiting until the year of renewal, we're starting to pay attention to a lot of these now, even though our schools may be 3 years away from full. So I think you know, the external environment, like at a national, at a state, and at a very local level, just really plays a lot into how we move forward, but also how we move forward.
So really the question is around like, where do you think this as an organization is? And then parallel question is, where do you think the board is right now?
And I have one more comment to the second question. So at what stage is the Vista board, where should it go? I would add, where do you need us to be? Because that requires a different skill set than maybe what we can, depending on.
So let's start with the first one at the organization. Start at emerging growing, scale, mature.
Yeah, I share this with you guys. I think I've named that I'm sometimes projecting when I have my opinions, like historical trauma, but it's part of it is right when I first met Colin, we started talking first about, you know, council, like that was what I was introduced to about having known. There's a lot of similarities of just like where the organization was and where the journey of the organization I'm part of right now, and so I think it's at a critical stage of the emerging growing where you have something special that is worth growing and making an impact. And so I think as we step into that stage, it's like, so I'm curious in learning more because I would use the word scale, right? Like how do we scale, right? As we grow in a way that's, how do we, and it's really hard to cover. You say just a family, but like, what is that about, right? It's about people, it's about how we treat each other, about who we are and identity, and so I think it's really important that as an organization, the stage is to be clear on your identity, and usually come back to that as you bring in new folks that evolve your identity, right? But making sure that that stays true. So I'll stop there.
I would agree with that. I think from the board meetings I've been able to attend and to listen and learn from, I would say you're not at the startup phase because you have a lot of learnings from current leaders in schools in operation now that help with being able to identify those indicators so that you can at some point scale, right? But I think back to the conversations we had at the board meetings, and a lot of it was us pressing you all to think about those measures, right? Like when we think about what's working and what's not, and you're presenting that data to us, we're saying, okay, we need these case studies, we need a way to quantify it, we need, because otherwise they're all one-off. They're all one-off, and not to say that they shouldn't be either, because every community is different and the needs of that community is different, but there's gotta be some way to identify why the way that one principal operates for this school, which is doing tremendously well. There's gotta be approaches and strategies and ways of thinking from that leader that can be shared in different ways that then another school principal can adapt so that they feel they're authentic, and also, I don't know, sharing those practices and approaches. So I feel like you're right in the middle. But I have another question, like, I wonder if you can slip backwards. Maybe it's not about time, maybe it's not about the, we'll pretend business, 100 years in. Did we slip back to the startup stage because we then forget the data analysis, forget the performance indicators, forget the way to codify it? And if the answer is yes, then we need to be very careful how you continue to encourage growth so that you don't take many steps back.
And to dovetail on that, I mean, I struggle in general to see things put in boxes that are containers, right? And so that's one of my personal struggles. I'll note that as my bias, but I do think what you say is what I also believe, that there are ways to move again against this back and forth like a football field. But I would also say that it's hard in some ways. So I see us clearly in the middle of emerging growth. Well, actually, I see us on the left side of emerging growth, that box is really big, we're seeing it as a continuum. I see us on the left side trying to get towards scale measurements, but pretty further away from there than we are emerging growth, that's where I see us. But I also recognize that I also see us as a startup because my involvement has been very minimal personally. And I might, if I were projecting, I might think that Colin could see it as a startup because he's a brand new superintendent who had some value in the system that didn't have as much leadership over the system until he stepped into the seat of actually the decision maker of the organization. So that's a little bit of what I see, just back and forth.
And I would firmly agree with all of that. I feel like our organization is in that emerging growth phase. This is the 15th, going on 16th year of Vista. However, for the majority of those 15, 16 years, it was one or two schools, and very much operated like a mom and pop organization. Even when Don was here as superintendent, and even before Don, there were many years before Don, it was really just one or two people, essentially. And there are pros and cons of that, and there are also pros and cons of growth. And I think as we've grown and as we've scaled, we want to make sure, the reality is we're not a mom and pop anymore, but we want to make sure that we don't lose sight of the pros that we had when we were a mom and pop organization. But now we're also bringing on the pros of being an organization that has a lot of internal expertise and support that we can provide our schools that we didn't have when we only had one or two members. And so I think that's where we're building systems so we can be a little more efficient, so we can learn best practices from the great things that are going on and making sure that we are codifying those. So all of our schools can benefit from that. And then from the board's perspective, not only am I a new superintendent, but we have the majority of new board members. But it's also, as Geronimo knows firsthand, very different than what our board was just a year ago. And I think it's also the
Makes it
needed.
a lot longer for you. A lot longer meetings.
Yeah, different. I think you guys learn a lot from that.
And I do too, and that was very intentional, like, I'm sure. Based on the conversations that we had initially, and Michael has shared a lot about our initial conversations, like. I intentionally was looking for board members that had deep levels of expertise in ways that not only the organization could benefit, but I could also benefit, like my leadership could benefit, asking questions, learning from you all, because I didn't want a yes board. Yes, we could just rubber stamp things, move on, but in order to really challenge us to be as great of an organization as possible, I need to be consistently challenged. The organization needs to be consistently challenged, and we can't just sit and say, this is good enough. And that's what I think all of you bring. So I think the board from a governing, strategic governing perspective is exactly where we are and exactly what I was hoping for at this point.
Can I add just one more thing? The other thing I just wanted to make sure I said in our group is the emerging growing also can be looked at in different ways. So one way to look at emerging growing would be, we gotta build 10 more schools to be able to scale with the church. And I want to make sure we're conscious of, that's not what I was talking about from emerging growing. I was talking more from the services side of the emerging growing and what we're providing for those students. And so we may be scaled and mature, and I think we are close to the scaled and mature. You know, on the growth side of adding more school or so that's my view on where I see some difference.
And this is a framework, so the boxes are really neat and tidy, and the same size, but we know it's not so simple and linear, and there's a lot of overlap, right? So there are pieces of the organization that are still in a bit of startup mode that are catching up. And it's not so straightforward. We wanted to just give you a sense and a shared understanding of where we think Vista is, and then your question, Kelly, is really the question of the retreat. Then what is needed from the board? And so we're gonna spend some time talking about the strategic plan, so you know what Paul and Karen are thinking about in terms of their leadership. We want you to be thinking about what is it that you can add and bring to the organization support. Okay,
So, yeah, that's a quick question. So I've never worked in a charter school, so there's a lot that I'm learning about charter, just being on the board. But I would be curious to know, what's the lifespan, it's not the right word, but like, what's the average number of years that a charter has been in operation? Because I don't know how to think about it in terms of like scale or mature. Is there a charter out there that has existed for 50, 75 years? Can we learn from that? I think about sustainability the same way. And yeah, if anybody can just provide some context over that, that helps me.
So the charter movement is approximately 30 years old,
It's so still me.
so it's still very new.
So the whole
Well,
movement is like
30
being startup
Yeah.
emerging.
yeah,
Exactly, yeah.
1992, the law was passed in 1992.
Yes.
So the first charter school were right in the 1992.
It was
Oh,
Granada, it was
It was
Fenton, and it
Alice
was,
Miller's School of Improvement.
oh, well, up
Where you-
north.
Yeah.
And then
I forget what it's called.
yeah, and in LA it was Granada, Fenton, and Yvonne.
Oh, right,
Vaughn,
yeah.
those were the three, and
And are you all connected in any way to any of the charters that have existed longer. And
Fenton, their CEO there used to be, she's retired, she used to be my mentor. And then, I still keep in touch with them because the school that I used to work at, Fenton acquired them, so I was part of Fenton County for a very, very short period of time. And then Yvonne, she's at Lakeland now, but, you know, our ties to Ron is that they're also global. So we've tried to.
Yeah,
And we have.
we have, so, they were part of the International Study School, so I don't know much of the network doesn't exist anymore. But we were aligned,
Yes.
with many parts of our mission and vision. And, like I had actually taken our staff to visit the school on a few occasions, so, there definitely is.
okay, and not to get off too much on that, because although I've only worked in traditional public schools, I've had lots of friends who've come through charter schools, and a lot of your framing Green Dot, but all of my friends who've gone through Green Dot have gone and left very early on because it was really, I mean, we all came from inner city, but at the same time, they were not to be all of the hats that they needed to be for students, and so it was really hard on them. But a lot of the charters that I also supported are no longer around. And I say that because I wonder, just like, you know, with new frameworks pass, teachers always say like, oh, this too shall pass, right? So like, what, right? I wonder if there's some thinking that we should at some point put on some sort of tabling for a discussion where we think through the challenges of our problem with charter, whether it be teachers talking to teachers, teachers talking to families, families talking to each other, lots of misinformation, clear misinformation campaign.
Yeah,
I mean,
Yeah.
sorry, that was one to get in mind.
right, because then when you're thinking about how new the whole movement is then, and then charters closing, right? It all of it adds to a really bad graph.
Yeah.
So when you're thinking about emerging, growing, and scaled measure, there are external factors you cannot.
Yeah.
So just wanted to, but I don't have a solution for it, but it just, I wanted to make sure that as we're kind of
Can I-
talking through it.
Yeah.
One thing I wanted to add for Colin's perspective on the sharing piece, Colin didn't say this, but he sits on the member council of the California Charter School Association. And since I worked there for a while, the beauty of that is that Yvonne, all of the people that they were mentioning have been at some point or are now very close to the organization, have been board members, been on the member council. And so Colin's network, charter school friends, includes Casey Taylor, who's run the program in Paradise, which is burned to the ground and then they've reestablished. And so if you look at that network, it's a really balanced network of different types of charter schools and different. So I just wanted to mention that to give you some certainty that so some understanding of kind of how broad that network is.
Right,
And
there's support also coming elsewhere.
yeah, and it's not just, I mean, I think the Charter School Association plays that role, and the CSDC is another group that plays that role, but it's actually the communication that he has to be able to call somebody like Casey Taylor, who, again, you know, like you think of Malibu and what happened, and you know, those fire down there, you Brian Bauer, who could make a phone call if he had to, or whoever could make a phone call to Casey and say, okay, well, how did you restart your school? What kind of culture things did you do when all of your parents don't live there anymore and the students are gone, you know? So anyway, I just wanted you to know that network is there, and it is fairly, even though everybody's different and everybody would claim that they're totally unique and the best. They're at least they can talk to each other about all
Yeah.
this.
And that's what I was gonna say, that, just the way the movement has taken shape. I always call them the pioneers, like there's the three pioneers, because they were the first charters in LA, right? I think charter family is also very small, and I think we learn from others, you don't, like, you learn from others, not necessarily the pioneers, because the models are also very different, so, you know, I would say we're a lot more aligned with like Bright Star than, you know, like the Fenton schools, which, again, that was one of the pioneers, so I think you find that support and the learning from the different models that have existed and even the ones that have closed down. You know, and then the other piece is. Being that the charter movement in general is only approximately 30 years old. There's like, just like everything in education, like that pendulum shifts, there's a huge shift that's happening right now that. You know, when I started back in 02, it was such a different kind of, it was like, come on and become a charter back in 02, and now like the pendulum in California has shifted, but then we're also seeing that in certain places in the country, it's back there. So, it's just, I think to your point, a lot just to kind of externally really take in and be aware of like. And also, you know, for us to take in and be aware of, because we don't want our teachers to be bogged down with these things. But we want to be able to, you know, take in what we need to take in so that it helps us and also mitigate any issues from us. So they stop at this level, don't. To what happened in yours.
And it goes both ways too. We
Yeah.
talk about the people who came before us that we're learning from. Many new charter leaders are also coming in and coming to us and saying, can we ask for your advice? How did you go about this? And so it does go both ways, and something that I think is relevant that I should share with you all that came about over the past month. So the CCSA Member Council is actually going to hold their October retreat at Vista in Santa Ana. So all of the charter leaders on the member council from around the state are convening in Santa Ana at our, it's so fun. Yeah.
Great. So yes, those are great questions, and really wanted to give you kind of on the balcony view of where we think this is in this long development. To then kind of think about the strategic plan and how that strategic plan sits within that context. So that's where we're gonna go next. We're gonna give you kind of some history around where the strategic plan came from, how was it developed, and then move you into like what is in the strategic plan, and how does that really match where Vista is as an organization in this emerging growing phase. So with that, I'm just gonna share some background. So as I mentioned before, 2 years ago, Attuned worked with Colin and Karen and a steering committee and basically took them through these 4 phases. So we spent a lot of time just understanding the foundation, just getting clear on what it is we're all working toward, what does success look like. Phase 2 was really about understanding the current state of Vista. So we did a really deep dive in understanding what were the strengths and what were the challenge areas in Vista's current state. From that, we helped them develop a strategic plan. And then we worked on, okay, what is actual implementation? So we talked about the easy part is actually creating the strategic plan. The hard part is executing it. So in terms of stakeholder involvement, we reached out and surveyed 850 Vista stakeholders, actually completed the survey. You'll see 590 students were surveyed, 120 family members, and then around 140 staff members. We also interviewed 10 leaders to really get an understanding of what they thought was really working and then what they thought the challenges were. And we held focus groups with students, with teachers, with family members, again, to understand what is powerful, what's working, and then what would they like to see addressed in terms of challenges. This org diagnostic report that we created was informed by 3 different main sources. One was performance data. So we looked at test scores, attendance, even staffing data, retention data. We then looked at the quality of instruction. So we did classroom and school visits. We asked Karen to submit a bunch of artifacts around their instruction. And then again, we surveyed, interviewed, and created focus groups to really understand the voices of the community. From all of those inputs, we created a report. And the report was broken into these chapters from student outcomes, equity-centered vision, plan and monitoring, student culture and well-being, curriculum instruction assessments, talent and family and community engagement. So there was kind of a chapter for each of these sections that outlined what's working, maybe what were some challenges just we should address. So the kind of cover page was strengths and growth areas. And so what was highlighted 2 years ago in terms of strengths were these three big ideas. One is what was kind of mentioned here, which you got to experience, was this idea of like Vista is a family. And that came through across the visits, the focus groups, the interviews, the artifacts. The second big strength is what we call a net promoter score. So in the survey, we ask, would you recommend Vista to your colleagues, to other teachers? Would you recommend it as a family member? Students, would you recommend Vista? And the NPS for Vista is one of the highest we've seen at Attune. So it's a huge strength in terms of the culture. And then lastly, which is also quite rare, is that nearly all the classrooms that we observed maintain strong conditions for learning. So 93% of the classrooms that we observed, you saw teachers ready to teach, kids ready to learn, and a really healthy sense of belonging for students. Again, something you don't always see in schools. So these were the bright spots that we really wanted this to think about leveraging and continuing in the strategic plan. And then we surfaced some of the key challenges. So we talked about some gaps in student outcomes. 26% of Vista students proficient in ELA, less than 15% proficient in math. And stakeholders really pushing organization, like we want to focus. And you have to recognize this is 2 years ago. So really coming out of COVID of it, really impacting these scores. They also, we surfaced a gap between their English language students and their English only students. We surfaced the materials, instructional materials, and pointed to some areas around the TK8 healing materials. And then a recognition, again, around this growing phase, that there were instructional systems in place, but there was like a need to tighten them and push them to be more data focused. And so again, I think that's very reflective of the growing phase of Vista. And then lastly, there were some concerns just around growth. And these concerns were anything from maybe not knowing enough to just being worried about, will I get enough at this school if we're trying to expand? So we surfaced these as key challenges. And from that, the steering committee dug into the data, dug into the report, and they came up with 3 priorities. So the first one was accelerate learning. They really saw this as an opportunity to make sure that every student, every Vista student has in front of them rigorous quality materials and instruction. So that was the first big priority area. The second was this idea, we want to, as Vista grows, move as one. And as we're growing, the question of like, how do we know what's working and what's not? We need to develop some systems and some alignment so that we're all moving together and able to learn from each other. And then the last priority, pave the path, was around the growth strategy. How do we get really strategic? And then how do we communicate the thoughtfulness that's behind the growth strategy? So very cleverly, the steering committee came up with the AMP and this idea of like, we're gonna get amped up. That's the next 5 years is getting amped up with A, accelerate learning, and move as one, and P, pave the path. And I think Karen and Colin did just such a great job in communicating these priorities and both with the administrators, but also teachers. Anything?
At our staff retreat last year, everyone got these get amped shirts and we would see it throughout the entire year, like teachers would be wearing it, and it's just that constant reminder of really where we're going as an organization.
And it's really nice to see because I think these 3 priorities really reflect the needs of the organization, and it sort of came up in that previous discussion around where Vista is. Really wanting to raise achievement and growth for students first and foremost. The second one, as a growing organization, like move is one, is sort of start to codify these practices that are getting them the results they're getting, and then pave the path, be really strategic about how you are growing. Okay, so after the plan was developed and those priorities were set, there were then initiatives under each priority. And to make sure that Vista wasn't taking on too many things, we helped the steering committee sequence the initiatives. So oftentimes people get really excited about a strategic plan and all the things they're gonna do, and they say in year one, we're gonna do these 12 things. But we didn't let them do that. So we said, no, actually, school systems can really only handle a few things at a time. So let's think about what you're going to design first. Then when you're are you gonna launch these things? And then when do they move into this monitor phase? So you'll see in the strategic plan, there's initiatives that are sequenced across 5 years. We also helped them think about what are all the key deliverables under each initiative that need to be accomplished. Who's gonna do it? So Karen's name a lot. And then by when. I know. And so again, it's not till you really get to this level that you realize, oh, we're trying to do too much in year one. So after we helped them create the deliverables, leads, and timelines, we actually went back and moved things around on sequencing, just because, again, it's at this level where you realize all the things that need to happen for each of these. So for each of the initiatives, they actually have all of this documented, who's doing what by when. And then we help them think about, if you're wildly successful and all of these things are done in the strategic plan, what will be true in 5 years? And so there are mission measures that were set in each of these priority areas with targets that were based not only on where they currently are, but like what's an ambitious goal to set. So you'll see these are broken down, college and career readiness, knowledge and skills are really around SBAC. The attitudes, behaviors, aspirations, and beliefs. This is more about the social emotional component of learning. Global education is a key focus area for Vista, STEAM, and inequity. All right, that is a lot. So we're gonna have you just pause. You got a little bit of a taste of the strategic plan. We're gonna ask you to write down what more are you interested in learning about? A little taste. Give you a moment to kind of process some things. I'll turn it back to the priority slide. But we're gonna pass out just some paper and pens. And if you could write each question or thought on a separate piece of paper.
And just put it anonymous or.
Yes, for now, if you want to write it in, you can, or it could also be anonymous. This is gonna help us after lunch, when we go into the details, make sure that we're touching on the right areas. Yeah. Getting back to that. Teaching strategies, right? We'll give you about 4 more minutes to generate any questions or things you want to learn more about the strategic plan, and then Colin's gonna move us into closed session.
And Corey's kind of a time certain, Corey.
Corey-
He's kind of like a time certain after, so like what? I mean, no, not truly time certain, but.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need more time. 1 more minute, right? I'll collect your papers, and then, as soon as Colin gets back, I'll move to closed session.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so as Colin's coming back, well, I guess just for announcement to the public, we're gonna take a recess from our board retreat session. We're gonna move to closed session, so we'll go off camera. And close that meeting portion down. We'll come back out of closed session. And can we do the notifications if there was anything to report out of closed session then?
Yeah, we can do that.
And then
before
we'll
we
go
break
lunch.
for lunch, yeah.
And then, so we'll come back into public before we go to lunch, and we will recess the meeting again for the public. And then come back. So, all right. So we're gonna go ahead, so if we can go ahead and turn the cameras off, we're gonna go into closed session. Okay. You can unmute. We're good? Okay, we're gonna come back from our lunch and our closed session. And so we're back in public session. We're gonna now just report out closed session and there are no items today to report out, but we came back from closed session. We'll now move back into the public session for the retreat. It's on the retreat. Corey's item is listed separately though.
It is right after the closed session, so.
So we can call it so we're actually moving to the item that Corey is gonna present. And Corey Loomis is here. And Corey, I know Corey from my past work as an authorizer in Riverside County, and we appreciate you coming here to present, Corey. We can also do introductions to the public. College, do you have anything you wanted to add before we jump in?
No, I appreciate Gloria coming out here and looking forward to the presentation.
All right, good. Well, I'll just jump into it.
Great.
So, yeah, I think it was a 2-hour walk, right?
I understood.
Yeah, so it's always tough. I've done a lot of sessions, right? And it's a session after lunch, but it could be slightly more so closer to dinner. Yeah, so we're good. Good. I appreciate this time to actually meet you for the first time in person. So my name is Corey Lewis, I'm director of the charter school unit at Riverside County Office of Education. So I'm starting my 10th year there, and a little bit of my background is that prior to Riverside County, I was actually in a charter center. So I helped start the charter school as a parent. Then I transitioned out of I was a principal at the time, but I had a chance to join that same charter school as they were going through a good spurt of growth. And my wife actually joined me, so she does business back office for school. And then from there, yeah, I landed right with RCOB. So I come to my team as well. They actually came directly from the charter school unit. So for us, it's always been, how can we support charter schools? California does it a little, it's a little clunky. I call it the dance, but there's times where we have to do the dance and kind of refer to with a new petition, we have to be thorough with our review. Sometimes that's a little bit uncomfortable. That's what I refer to the dance. But as soon as we kind of get through that threshold, for us, it's all about how can we support the schools that we have. Yeah, my daughter's graduated from a charter school, base. So for us, we're always super supportive of the schools. So I appreciate the opportunity to come before you, and this is something I actually do. So we just approved another school. So we're up to 16 schools. Miles, when I started 9 years ago, we had 5 schools. Yeah, we're up to 16. So we're going to probably be pushing about 13,000 for total enrollment. So as far as county offices go, we have the largest student total enrollment. And we have the most physical sites. We have a lot of countywide. So there's within that portfolio, there's actually 54 physical locations all over the South County. So this is something that I've done for the past 5 years. As far as coming and spending time with the boards, encouraging the boards, providing some thoughts on professional development. And so that's so your school 14, actually 15. Tomorrow will be my 16th and last presentation to scholarship prep up in Santa Ana tomorrow. So that's just we are part of the team there with some of their school leaders. Speaking of scholarship prep, there's Jason.
Yeah.
So governing for greatness, and that's really what the pursuit is, and the encouragement is for your board. So how we start, of course, it's can be simple and overlooked, but our overlapping why, of course, are students. So our work as authorizers, we see our work. Of course, we have requirements for oversight and regulation, right? That's for us, that's kind of statutory driven. But our counterbalance to that is leaning in and supporting schools where they need it. So that's the uniqueness to our oversight and the way we do authorizing. That's very unique, probably most unique throughout the state. Especially working specifically with charter boards. So I'm very passionate about this type of work and this type of encouragement, because at the end of the day, you as a group are responsible for all of it. And really with my research, not only statewide, but nationally, there's really not many organizations that provide direct support to charter boards. CCSA does a great job. CSDC does a great job. They're somewhat components,
And so that's where I'd like to come in and work with you on that. And that's where we're able to cut through, once we're in the portfolio, we're able to cut through a lot of the politics, and really just be student focused. I'm not gonna spend much time on this. You're well seasoned. This is the same presentation kind of template that I provide to all of our schools. And essentially kind of the intent, what was the intent back in 1992, the second state in our country to enact the charter schools law. You know, a lot of focus on parent choices and innovation, and those are the other areas. I always find the competition aspect very interesting too, right? Sometimes we feel that more than the other pieces of the charter school act. This is just a picture, and as I shared, that idea that you're responsible for all of it. And so that was a trade-off. That, you know, they call it the mega waiver, but essentially, I know as charter school leaders don't feel like that waiver of a lot of the regulations and bureaucracy, it seems like the last few years has kind of been layering up. But that's the trade-off for results, is the more autonomy than traditional schools. This is really just an overview of your primary responsibilities as board. Of course, to make the best decisions possible, to be great stewards of the resources. And the number 3 is really also very important. Model excellence on behalf of all charter schools. And we see that, we'll touch base, not very lightly, because you're well versed of kind of the charter school bills that are being proposed in Sacramento now, right? So obviously, they're a result of some bad actors in the field. And so that's why that third one is so critical. Eric Premack has a saying that when a charter school sneezes in the state, the rest catch a cold. So what does it look like to be an effective board? To lead with courage, hold yourself accountable, leadership accountable, collaborate with school leaders, of course, ensure long-term fiscal stability and longevity of the school, and then of course following the laws and the petition. So this is what happens when we don't have effective leadership. You know, when all we see the headlines of that. And which leads us to the pending charter bills that are making their way through. A lot of the reason, almost half of the reason for charter school failure actually has to deal with, not necessarily in a bad way, kind of the headlines that I just shared. And so that's why it's so important to have good people and good systems in place to make sure those are well resourced and managed. So when I go out, I really talk often, right? When I engage and work with charter boards, I always bring these ideas, how can we mitigate risk and liability? You can't mitigate all of it because we're in a human business, but those things that you're aware of, those things that you should be aware of, how can we mitigate and reduce those risks to the organization as a whole? And so that's what we're going to talk about today, is how do we mitigate risk as a board. And I've been doing this for 5 years, just a quick overview, not spending much time on the things that I've been sharing with charter boards in the past, and I'm willing and open to share some of these from the past, that might be relevant to your conversation and your direction, come back and share some of these other pieces that I shared with schools and things. So, Governing for Greatness is a book written by Brian Carpenter, and there's another book that I'm going to be sharing with you today. So I actually have a book for you today. And these are just the key aspects. The kind of the overarching purpose for Governing for Greatness was this was really directed to nonprofits, not necessarily the charters, but nonprofits in general. What should nonprofits be aware of when it comes to their oversight and their governance? So these are all the different key areas that you should be aware of. Not necessarily be an expert in. You should have some level of awareness of all these different pieces. And then the last couple of years, there's been some great projects done at the National Charter School Research Center, which is kind of an extension and arm within the Department of Education. So there were some researchers that were asking this question: what were the key reasons for charter school failure? They actually did a deep dive with a couple dozen charter schools, charter school leaders, and authorizers, and they really deducted to these 6 areas. So there's failure in these particular areas. Of course, we know maybe like almost like a spike on a slope on a bicycle, but if we have a weakness in a tire, then obviously, or a gap, it just gets compounded when we look at these different areas. So they really boil it down to issues with leadership, issues with the governing board, issues with student operations, talent, and really talking about teacher talent, the teachers itself, culture, and instruction, and really what's happening at the front line. So I encourage schools in the past, the presentation that I provided you, we have all the direct links to the direct resources for that. And the ideas that I bring to charter boards, I understand you're all busy, you got lives to live. So I really look for what I call plug and play toolkits, plug and play resources that are easy to use. You don't need a PhD to understand it. And then for this particular case, it really doesn't take an extensive period of time to complete this rubric and this reflection tools. So what I'm going to share with you today is kind of our main content that I'll spend a little bit more time on unpacking. Brian Carpenter, the author of that other book, Government for Greatness. This is his most recent book. So Brian Carpenter is he's very unique in that he's a certified fraud auditor, and that's not unique. But his passion and his focus are he kind of gets the Mayday calls, the 911 calls when charter boards are when schools are going to fail. So he comes in kind of like an ER doctor. And he helps charter boards and charter schools get back on track so they can keep the doors open for kids and families. So I'm in contact with him, and actually last fall I had a small I had a network of a charter board network meeting. He actually dropped in virtually and shared some really good information. And so that's a little bit of his background. So this book is really geared towards charter boards. That's the focus audience of this book. He proposes a really simple, easy to understand risk management framework. And unpack it just a little bit. So we know when things go wrong, well, obviously we've got students who's harmed, right? Of course, the biggest folks that are hurt and harmed when schools close and things go wrong are students. We also have families, obviously, and then we have taxpayers. So he really puts in a general category, what are the kinds of risk that are most common to charter schools? So he breaks it down into physical safety, health, operations, financial, equity, and educational, and it really pertains to our most underserved populations within charter schools, not just charter schools, and schools in general, which would be like EL, special education. And then the other risk would be legal and compliance. So this is the model that he introduces, but it's really a concept, and I know some of you have kind of corporate background and experience, but it's a model, enterprise risk management is a model that's actually used in almost every other industry except education. And so really the idea is what systems do we have in place to identify risk within the organization, and how do we go about addressing those? So this is the model that he's adapted. And I'm just going to walk you through this model and unpack this just almost at a 30,000 foot level. But again, you'll have the book to refer to. What I also appreciate about the book is that it's simple, it's easy to understand, and it's loaded with all of his resources. So I'm going to show you some resources in a couple slides here. So if you go to his web pages that are in the book, you can actually have those all for free. So instill, so that's kind of the first thing. What type of culture do we have? But instilling the strong ethical conduct and moral ethical conduct throughout the whole organization. And then the idea is that everybody is responsible for the health and the well-being of the school itself, the organization, and then you have all of your different independent schools. And it's not just Colin or his team or the board president, but collectively, it's everyone's responsibility to reduce risk. Inform yourself. So we'll talk a little bit about how do we inform ourselves about potential risks that you might not be aware of. So that I shared that previous model of that toolkit, the indicators of stress, that was the title of that toolkit that was done by another organization. So he's going to introduce another model that you can use to identify common risks. So he groups the risk and then training folks on this particular model. So these are the different kind of buckets that he categorizes the risk, people, property, and programs. So invest time and resources to identify your risks, to have systems in place, have a group. I know he talks about teams, the subcommittee, but really it could just be groups of folks that are reviewing this information. And you're getting this information, some of these pieces you're getting on a regular basis. So you're well aware of your like fiscal status and your fiscal health. There's academic updates. Those are some of those pieces, but what else is out there? Identify. So we'll talk about in just the next slide, I believe, a model to identify. That's the key thing. How do we go about identifying any potential risks that are out there? So this is a heat map. And so really, yeah, the way it's utilized, and this is just the example, and I'll read off the example here. So obviously we see the colors, we see the graph here, we see red, we see green, right? Red, stop, hot, bad, not good. And then we have these different categories on the far left. And so the idea is that a school would go through and identify the risk and susceptibility. So essentially, how susceptible are we to this particular risk? And then if that risk happens, or that issue, that incident happens, what's the impact to the organization? So it's actually taking these two different variables and then placing them on a chart. So we'll just go through F and G. So we know F and G are closer to red. We know red is not good. So what's that? So excessive faculty turnover. So the susceptibility for this particular school on a scale of 7 is 4. So that's the majority. That's relatively high. And so that was important. So we all know the impact. We don't have qualified teachers, or if we're having trouble with staffing, we know the impact is high. So they label that 6 out of 7. And so that's what projected that over a year, the red. And then we have the personal identifiable information, PII. So this particular school, maybe they have issues with their internet. So for them, they're highly susceptible, and then the impact. So this is one way that they prioritize risk. So it's not only knowing the risk, but to what degree do we have to spend our time and resources to address that? So anyway, so responding, having strategies, obviously. So we identified those two key variables for the illustration. And so what are our risk? What are response to those risks of high turnover and without the PII? So we're going to develop strategy. So maybe we're going to market more. Maybe we're going to market, or maybe we're going to create deeper partnerships with more universities to have closer access to students that are finishing their credentials, whatever they may be, to address kind of the teacher turnover rate. Maybe we need to work on our culture. And then developing a plan that the board's aware of and that others are aware of regarding the risk, and then what's the strategies to address those. So then the last part, just like continuous improvement, you're looking at your LCAP plan, is iterate. So we have a plan, we're going to review the plan, of course. So what do we have to do? What adjustments do we have to do? Well, our marketing and our partnership strategies and improving the culture of the school is it's super successful. So we moved that particular variable of high turnover down to green. So now we've got to look at the next variable. Or those strategies, of course, are not working. So we need to adjust and iterate and change course and look at different strategies that are going to address that. So that's really an overview, kind of the core ideas and content that I wanted to bring to you regarding risk management and a really good strategy and framework to pursue and to identify risk and how do we address that. So from here on out, kind of the closure of my presentation and my time, I'll be here a little. But at least my presentation time here. Just want to share a little bit. I shared on the front end. We work closely with all of our charter schools, and so we actually have formal kind of support initiatives. And I know we've had some communication around our ELD, English Language Development program that we have initiative. So we actually on a volunteer basis, but we invite people to come on a journey with us. So really, we look for partnerships with boards, we look for partnerships with school leaders, because the thought really is together we're better, right? So how far collectively can we move the needle? the work of authorizing is very complex. The work of charter school, leading charter schools is very complex. So, working better, and having common goals. So this really helps us to have common goals around data initiative. And we're actually framing and doing research around what we're calling responsive authorizing. And so this is slowly kind of getting disseminated and pushed out. And just kind of a quick side note, with our data initiative, we're looking at improving data literacy of charter school leaders. This is all a trainer models. What we do is come and support the school leadership and work with them so they can better support their staff and the teachers. That's the type of model that we have. And so we've actually done research on our data initiative, which is improving data literacy. We know the importance of that, especially from the renewal. So some work we're actually gonna be publishing soon, but it's working. So we thought it was important. We have these ideas of what we think will work with school leaders. But the big question, almost like risk management, is it actually working on the strategies? So we're super excited about that. We really feel this is some really emerging research that has not been done, not only in our state but in our country. So I'm sure you're aware of this. There's some training, mandatory training was required, and they came in January this year. There's free training there. Then we should probably have those already. We go through the free training and just keep those on record if you haven't had a chance to do that. And that would be only for any new directors that might come onto the board. They'll participate. So I think it's a 2-year commitment. They have to go back and do that training. It's 2 hours. So. And I won't spend much time on this. We do have staff up in the Sacramento. So some of the initial thoughts, it might look like more like 414, a couple components of 84 and 414. I'm sure most couple of you probably tuned in to the hearing for both of those and tuned into the 84 thing that was interesting. And then a little bit of chatter that you can't get the consensus that maybe it goes to a 2-year cycle, and that was expressed in the committee as well. A little bit of our staff, governmental staff thought is that there's probably a good likelihood that those are roll over to a 2nd year. There might be push for the moratorium in the classroom base. Obviously, we haven't had you, but that's a little bit of the temperature from our staff. Once we get going, I produce regular communication about Riverside County, obviously Green County Office of Education. We have so many great programs, so many experts in house. I try to make those connections and push them out to schools so they're aware of that. And we'll spend much time on that. These are just the direct resources what I shared before. In Charter School Development Center, they do have some good board resources. I mean, that one training is quick, but there are some other things there as well. Really, and that's the end of my presentation. I really appreciate everything that you're doing for your students and for your families. Appreciate the opportunity to connect with you and start building this relationship. And I'm always available to help and support your board as you're supporting your network. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it. And here's you can pass it out later, but that's it's a book.
Can we take a couple to see if there's a question?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, please say. And
Are you okay with that?
I'm no questions. And one other thing, if I selfishly could grab a picture of us collectively.
Yeah, okay. I have that one.
Colin knows I've been pushing out all my pictures on LinkedIn. So anyway, yeah, questions. Anything if you have.
Well, I'm super, so thank you for coming. I'm super excited about hearing your perspective. Thank you for mentioning 88, 84 and the 60, which one comes there, because I know that's a big impact on people in the community.
Right.
And then, for our board, we're excited about opening our first school in Riverside.
Yeah.
In virtually
Yep.
less than a month.
Yeah.
Minus 19, I heard. Is,
Yes.
So thank you for the work of
Colin's got some extra gray hair from last
Yes.
time.
But so I appreciate all this information. Is there, what's the, I know you're gonna be interacting with them frequently. What is the best way that we can keep representing Wellington of Riverside County to your office and to the superintendent?
Well, you've got a lot of seasoned pros, so they know a lot of communication board rating basis, all those things that similar practices that we've done elsewhere. I was trying to think through any nuances with our board. One of the expectation and Colin and team, and you know, this is represented in our updates. So we do, that's another time to interface with the board itself. So part of our practice at the county office is that every school, and they're having a retreat in a couple of weeks. So this may or may not shift with 16 schools, but every school still has space time with the board every year. So we do annual updates. 10 minutes. And sometimes I've done 9 years of this, and every year it's always a tweak of changes. So that's a great opportunity to highlight and promote the great things that are happening with the board. I think the other kind of intersection could be our superintendent has 5 initiatives. So there's a webpage dedicated to that. So encouraging to jump on any of the initiatives, financial literacy itself, reading literacy. We just started one with Foster. And we have another one under equity.
Good. Yeah, and you know, I think I'm super excited. And I know that Colin and Karen are in regular contact. We believe in proactive. I think you talk about the communication. We're very excited to continue to be engaging. So
Yeah, we should. Yeah, good spot. This is a good spot in Lake elsewhere, not like physical actual location, but area, the region. Obviously, there's a need there, so that'll be great. I really anticipate the school will be successful with meeting it and meet it and meet them that community. So yeah, and we look forward to partnering whatever that looks like. We will be starting on the local talking about. Yeah. Good. Yeah, and whenever you have a metro break, I'll be here for a while.
Oh, sure. Can we just do the picture now?
Yeah.
And for you to stay for as long as you guys do, but you can slip out if you have to.
Yeah, right, excellent. And I think one thing to share with Corey that we have all discussed in the open session is, last night, the city council approved our facilities.
Oh, awesome.
And a few hours ago, we approved that.
Excellent.
So looking forward to.
That's great. Your fruits are your labor of pain. Yeah, you worked hard.
Yes. Okay, perfect.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't want the music.
Oh, yeah.
No, but please, that's it.
No, it's will be back.
So just.
I know, good a great spot. And how ironic, right?
It's almost like they wrote the book for this occasion.
Yeah. Any pop quizzes? Anybody know how long the ship sailed in its prime? How many years?
Great, thank you.
All right, 31 years. They still do their afternoon tea. Yeah.
Good.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you.
And Mario.
Yeah, stick around.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, good to see you. Slip out, if you're not, we'll talk to you again.
And then somewhere around here, they told me they dropped off the parking validation.
Yes, it's right.
Oh, it's right there, okay.
Yeah, okay. I'll grab that.
Yes, and we had one board.
Yes.
I'll get this.
Okay, all right, we're moving along. We're starting to catch back up.
Yes, we are.
So we're gonna
Okay.
move to our next slide, which is back to the board of retreat agenda.
Yes, and so what we're gonna do is spend some time getting one layer into the strategic plan. Specifically, what does next year look like in relation to the strategic plan? And then we'll close with just some board reflection on what are the assets? This could be relationships, knowledge, skills, experiences that you all have that relate to the strategic plan. So as you're hearing about this coming year and what's on deck for Vista, you could all be thinking about what experiences, skills, you bring that could actually help them build momentum and or execute on these initiatives. And then I'm gonna try, these are really good questions that you came up with, try to answer these questions throughout this presentation. One of the questions was, how do you check alignment between strategic plan initiatives, the measures and your strategies? How do you make sure that they're all working together? I think it's a question around like theory of action. How do you know that the strategies you chose are actually having the impact you want? And so the team has created 5-year mission measures with targets, and then they have current results that they'll be reporting out to you regularly. So this is a way to know, are your initiatives actually having the intended impact? So you can see percent of students matriculating to college, what the target is, and where we are now. So 2029, you know, that's the 5-year, but are they on track to meet these 5-year goals? You know, what percentage of high school graduates are placed in a prepared level for college and career? Percent of students that are receiving a CTE certification, SBAC results, the social emotional competencies, so they continuing to thrive socially and emotionally based on the California Healthy Kids Survey. Their portfolio and capstone project, how many are actually participating and turning those in? And then we've got a bunch of equity metrics. So how are our English language learners doing? Our students who are socioeconomically disadvantaged in both math and ELA. So they will continue to report out on those scores and report to you, so you know, are the initiatives having the intended impact?
And just really quickly here, these are from all of our schools, at least that were open last year. There are some that are obviously the college ones are high school specific. Last year, we only had one high school, and so that's the data from that one specific high school. The TBE that you see at the bottom are because we really need to wait for the dashboard to come out. Trying to manually calculate it, the room for error is a little too high, so we want to make sure that we give accurate data.
So these are just some of the reflections that Karen and Colin had once they looked at how they're making progress towards those 5-year goals. One is just a reflection that we needed to start even earlier in terms of planning and execution. So if you remember 2 years ago, they developed a strategic plan, and then last year was the first year of implementation. It's hard to start the ground running even in July and August. So much of that work has to happen early. So a lot of this spring, this last spring, was spent getting ready for the execution study year. Given the breadth and depth of instructional priority, you'll hear what's on deck for this coming year. There was a need to expand instructional teams, so Colin's going to share the new org charts and the new team members that were added. Realize the importance of coherence and ensuring that the portrait of a graduate and the focus on global education is integrated with instructional priorities. So the move as one priority led to the development of a portrait of a graduate. The instructional priority has all the academic initiatives, and so just the need to make sure those two are really talking to each other. So you'll see that for next year. And then the last one's really just about the fact that they set very lofty goals. And this is great. This is what we want for all students. And also just a recognition, it's going to be hard work, right? And there aren't very many systems that are serving the students that we're serving here, getting the results that they want to get. So it's really going to take some hard work, determination, and they're very lofty. So I wanted that to be noted. Okay. So we're actually not going to go into too much of last year, but this will be in the slide deck that you'll see. What they've created is kind of looking back, and for every initiative, there are implementation measures. So it's not just they're not just gonna wait 5 years to know, are they having the desired impact? For each of the initiatives, they have an annual target that they're shooting for. So for example, last year with data-driven instruction, what percentage of administrators are engaging in quarterly data analysis with Karen? That was like a initiative that was really important last year. And so how are they staying on track with that? Another was ELA curriculum. They adopted a new curriculum, but they wanted to ensure that teachers were involved in the process and felt like their voices were heard. So that was another metric. So again, these will be in the slide deck, so please take a look. But it does answer this question of, what's the connective tissue? So this is move is 1 year one, you'll see the initiative measures here, and I'll just give Colin a voiceover on this one because it's the only red one, but yes.
So I first wanted to point out that I sent the survey, I shared it with, or asked the board to complete the survey, I asked the central staff, and I asked the administrators to survey. I was a little disappointed that I only got 7 responses out of that. But you can see that 57%, which is 4 out of 7, agreed, or strongly agreed, but there were 4 out of 7 that agreed, and the other 3 were neutral on this. And the question or the prompt was the Vista's growth plan is sound. And I absolutely do not want to dismiss. I actually want to dive deeper into this because I looked at each of the comments and with Karen and Marie, and there was a variety of comments. So it wasn't just one thing based on this, and it could be because the prompt was broad as well. But there were concerns, and all valid concerns. There were comments that were brought up around the academics, and as a result of readiness to potentially open up another school. There was a comment around facilities. We know charter facilities are always difficult, and having just gone through a difficult facility search with one of our current schools, and then entering into another difficult facility search with Lake Elsinore, I think brought up some concerns. And so I wanted to share that and dive in a little deeper, because this is something that that is important. We know that we don't want to grow just to grow. Like the goal is to most effectively serve the students and families in schools. And so we also want to make sure that every single stakeholder group also feels like we are doing the best possible job of serving our schools first and foremost, before we are looking elsewhere. And so I wanted to share that element because the number and the red part, it feels low, but it also tells me that there's work to be done. There's work to be done in terms of communicating and developing a greater understanding of, and I think we're kind of switching up the wording this upcoming year to developing a greater understanding of Vista's, I'm trying to remember the verbiage, rationale for growing. And growing doesn't always mean, like Miles said earlier, it doesn't always mean quantity, right? It could also mean growing in terms of the quality of our current schools. And so I think that's something that I'm also going to take going into this next year, is making sure that we're communicating that and being very transparent with the board, with our staff, with our families, about what Vista is looking to do in the next few years.
Yeah, and to be clear, these measures, we're not expecting like green across the board. It kind of reminds me of Corey's presentation, that last I is iterate, right? And so this is actually telling us something. And so we spent some time thinking about what does communication around growth need to be for this coming year, so that everyone's clear about the rationale and the benefits for growth. And then how the home office is really thinking about strategically growing in a smart way.
What's your total land on, you know, 7 responses, how many is the total send out? To them, you know, about,
Five board members,
I was trying to figure out.
10 administrators, and then 8 central staff, so 23. So you can imagine the response rate wasn't great.
Yeah, no, I was just curious, that's great. And I would just make an overall comment, right, if all of your areas of your dashboard results are green, then I would have a hard time believing your goals were actually lofty.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so now we're gonna look a little bit forward in terms of where are we going next? One of the questions is a great one, which is how does the strategic plan incorporate research on best instructional strategies for high performing schools? So the steering committee actually looked at some research around their scores and recognized that this is not alone in the challenges that it faces around particularly literacy and math scores. And one of the things that was raised in the org diagnostic was that even though half of the tasks that were observed in classrooms were at grade level, in only a quarter, less than a quarter of the classrooms were the teachers maintaining the rigor of the lesson. So for lots of different reasons, teachers were lowering the rigor. That could be over scaffolding. So that means that in a math problem, instead of letting students really struggle with the math, they're kind of feeding them the procedure, like dropping all the crumbs. So that really lowers the rigor of the problem. So this was something that the team looked at and then looked at some research. This is from TNTP. And what TNTP learned is that first you have to have really high quality instructional materials, and then teachers have to have the skills, knowledge to be able to maintain that level of rigor. So that's some research that we took to recognize that in too many cases, students of color are actually not exposed to rigorous curriculum for lots of different reasons. So this is another piece of research that they looked at, and it's even when the content has potential for rigor, students aren't reaping the benefits because instruction does not push deeper thinking and engagement. And so you'll see here really the dramatic effect when that happens is students aren't doing the required lifting, they're not doing the required thinking, they're not being challenged. So you can kind of create a story with the data, which is there's really strong relationships in the classrooms. Students want to be there, teachers want to be there. We're moving toward making sure teachers have the right materials. And then this next shift is how do we support teachers to actually maintain that really rigorous curriculum? So these are the 4 key resources that the team looked at, which is how do they ensure that there are opportunities for students to work at grade appropriate assignments. How do we ensure strong instruction that lets students do most of the thinking, sense of deep engagement, and then teachers who hold high expectations. There was another question that someone asked around common practices. And as you move to standardizing practices like curriculum, how do you make sure that teachers are invested and students are engaged? So it's not just put good curriculum in teachers' hands. If it's not engaging and if teachers are not invested, we're gonna end up with not great results. So it's all of these things that are in place.
Yeah, I don't know if we have time to talk about
Yeah,
it. I do think that's like really important now, especially given I wanna admit that even with those scores and stuff, the only 2 questions that were below was about like teachers feeling like their voice were heard. It was also the only types of questions that you're asking that. Well, these are looking into this.
Yeah.
But like I have seen that work, and again, I'm not trying to project, but like if like we know that the research says they have to have high quality instruction materials, but the moral hazard of
teachers feeling, if they're not clear on how the curriculum is used, and don't have time to internalize it. That takes like out of their like ownership and passion away from it, which then. We just, this past year, added the Department of Education for the surveys. We used to do engagement, like academic engagement, and I added it to our screen survey, and that was like. Probably the lowest number that we've had since like 2017 before we had very much. And so I just want to like name that like, yes, all this stuff I'm in alignment with, but I think like that idea of. How do we set our teachers up and our students up for success by really clarifying how the curriculum should be used? Like pacing plans, because that also gets in the way sometimes, it's like, I gotta get here to get to this benchmark, so then teachers go quickly, they're not really like. And they're not thinking that they have time to take a break from maybe the day 1, day 2, day 3 to do a reset to really engage the kids, stuff like that, I think is like. Something I would like to make sure that we're thinking forward on.
And that's actually part of a lot of the work that we did this year. We did learning logs, all of the principals and all of the classrooms, and that is actually something that we learned, like our teachers have the tools, but. They might not be, using the framework the way it's intended to, and now that we have that learning, like that's our next step, like what are our look fors, how do we as leaders communicate what those are? How do we make sure that they're trained, so that teachers are trained? So, I mean. Thinking about our math curriculum, which we've had since 2019, it's gonna be a lot of like just retraining and relearning for them. And then going in with the new ELA curriculum adoption, similarly, it's just understanding what the framework look like, what rigor looks like in this lesson, and what it needs to internalize, like the different aspects of the curriculum for both leaders and teachers.
And I think that's like, all those things are really important, right? I also think that like some measurement of like, how do we know the teachers like love this curriculum, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
you know what I mean, like. How do we know, or how are we giving professional development space and then planning to like, okay, here's the recommended scope and sequence. You know, like, are they able to unpack it? Break it up, just in those sorts of things, because what we see is we go through and see the reports, right? But there's just not a lot of like. I don't know, the shift has gone from teachers saying, I know my final and I've got my curriculum all the way September. And they're telling a story to the students, right? Now, again, we need the curriculum for high quality structural materials for consistency. But I've just seen that drop. And especially knowing how strong your guys' culture is and how passionate and grateful your educators are to be here. Removing that curriculum, I want to make that in the end that. We can lose that engagement, passion, and what we're really trying to do.
It reminds me of when we were talking about that growth strategy, we came up with the question of how do we ask teachers on a regular basis? To what extent are they feeling the additional support? And I think we can add another perception question around the shift in curriculum. Just even asking how it's going, or.
Like, are you pacing guides? Like, are you able to follow the pacing guides?
Yeah.
Like, real questions, and I think sometimes people are scared to ask those questions.
Yeah.
Right, because they're afraid to hear teachers say no, right?
Right.
But if we don't ask those questions, we can't get to the cause and the solution.
Okay, so at this point, Karen's just gonna walk through the first priority, accelerate learning. Just as a reminder, this one is around like rigorous instruction. And you'll see the challenges that came up in the report around gaps in student outcomes, all the way down to lack of aligned impactful instructional systems really being addressed in this initiative. And there was another question of like, move is one, where do you even start? And really this idea of instructional systems and trying to codify some of those are a starting place that this is taking. Okay, so do you want to just walk through?
This is for year 2, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so in year 2, we're really just building on the work that we've done this school year. There's 2 things that I want to say will kind of new, and also one that is kind of going away, but not really. So for the first, for 1.1, which is data driven instruction. This year, we focused a lot on math. So the what we're building on next year is continuing to work with the math. So we've developed common assessment calendars for ELA, which is what you call pacing guides, but they're very assessment driven. And we will also require unit assessments, which we didn't last year. We really focused on the diagnostic assessments. So requiring that all teachers administer, that all students take unit assessments, and that we're using that data to monitor progress. And we'll be doing that for both math and the ELA this school year. And instructional leadership development. We will be meeting with both principals and APs, sometimes together, sometimes principals will meet and then APs will meet after, to continue to develop their own ability with data-driven instruction, understanding the new curriculum and giving them support where needed. Having those coaching sessions on a regular, observation and coaching sessions with teachers on a regular basis, and using the data to drive those conversations, so they will be getting continuous professional development this school year. With ELD, the work of revising the master plan, which was an initial goal, that's gonna happen, but that's long term. So the focus for year 2 is continuing to work on the ELD master plan, but also creating very specific strategies that we can start to implement. Leveraging the curriculum, the ELA curriculum for both integrated and designated ELD, so that there's cohesion and that we're not going to, we're not having to go to a lot of different resources and a lot of different professional development, that we can use our curriculum to support students with English language development. For lesson planning, similarly, we're starting to create norms and alignment around lesson planning for all of our schools. Where right now, every school is just different. Every school has very different expectations for lesson planning. So there's been a lesson planning software that's been purchased for everybody, that everybody will be using. And little by little, leaders are going to really start to think about what templates are going to look like, what requirements are going to be, and then also how are all of these expectations around data and ELD and global, how are they going to be visible in our lesson planning, so that we know that teachers are planning ahead. Special education, this initiative was actually, this actually was something that we have talked about last year, and we just didn't do it for a number of reasons. One, was a very full plate, as you can see, but 2, also because we learned that we just need to do some visioning around special education and just kind of take that step back. So we'll be going through that this year, and this will also, it will also be supported in the with our, it will be supported by a special ed director and special ed team. And then finally, on observation and feedback, same thing, we'll be going through that process, providing training and aligning those systems in our principal and assistant principal meeting. With regards to the, if you notice, the 1.3 is missing, that's the ELA curriculum, because we've already gone through that work and it's the curriculum has been adopted. We will still continue to monitor progress through the remainder of the issues.
Thanks, Kevin. No, I don't think so. The only thing I would add is, I think to Michael's point around just telling people, here's your curriculum and here's your pacing guide, go do it, is I think Karen's very aware that's not gonna work. And so a lot of this is investing leaders so that leaders can provide support to teachers. And this last one around observation and feedback is really how do leaders really support teachers and hear what they have to say around what's working, what's not. I think it's very important.
Sure, I was asking a clarifying question. I've heard the term signature practices when we talk about console. Are instructional practices included in there? Do you guys have, are there if you walked into the classroom, right? Would you be able to say, or the principal would be able to say, this is the things that you should see in the classroom in terms of signature practices?
Yeah, I think, for example, our structures for student engagement.
Yeah.
Those are, yeah. And the very specific structures that teachers are using, and similarly, the math, there's like the specific framework that we want to be seeing. And then for ELA, that's kind of the learning that's gonna happen this year, that hopefully, you know, we'll get there. And, you know, that's another thing that we're working on with our leaders is developing that common language.
Okay, and then the question again around alignment, and how will you know this is having the intended impact? Karen's drafted some measures around, you know, how do you know these initiatives are actually being implemented and the impact? But I think this is where, Michael, your point around like, can we add questions around teachers' perceptions and their experience could really be valuable here.
Yeah, because it's one thing to like be a part of a committee and be like, yeah, this curriculum looks good. And then it's another thing to actually like. Yeah, get up and teach it, right? And so I think just like having a pulse on that, and I think you're gonna also see a lot of growth as you're doing a lot of this stuff to like build buy-in. But I think keeping your own pulse of like, especially if you start the assessment calendars, that's something that Green Dot that became such a like major bad thing because of how the data was shared and how people were teaching students to the test or not feeling like kids were prepared. Also putting assessments in front of kids where the kids didn't feel like they could achieve it, that impacts their culture. So it's all moving in the right direction. It's just considerations of like, again, it sounds like are we doing too much to be able to like, are we ready to move on to other stuff without ensuring that we're keeping pulse on the stuff that we feel like we got them.
Maybe too, like last year when you rolled out the math. Karen was like, did it really in a smart way, which is like, she had teachers create it, but then it was this first year, we're just gonna try it out, like no pressure, you know. But let's see how it goes and then let's get your feedback and we'll revise it for the next year. So I think just lowering like that anxiety, I think made a big difference in listening to teachers.
Let me,
Good.
just to kind of step back a little bit further, so earlier, a little while ago, you mentioned theory of action. And I kept writing here from whose perspective. So you went to theory of action and strategies, but take a step back further, it's a theory of change. It's a theory of change that we're operating from here, so just a quick example, the strategy that we're so focused on right now is benchmarking, standardizing, to use that, information for DEI, which I get. So I put here, okay, so potential theory of action that relates to a larger theory of change that you all might have is new rigorous instruction plus PD equals better results. And I was like, okay, whose lens is that from? And is that clearly communicated with those who are actually in the classroom implementing what you're hoping for, right? And so I put, okay, well, jurors may not agree with the approach and they actually may not care or feel indifferent about state testing of these measures because that larger why, the rationale for why we need this isn't really ingrained and they don't feel part of that theory of action that was developed. But I also put here, I think it's important for them to understand what's lost and what's gained. So when they make these decisions of, I'm just gonna cut out that unit because I want to do more of these types of activities because I value building relationships. Or, oh, my kids are so behind with literacy, so I'm going to scaffold like crazy. And yes, now that means I can't get through 3 other chapters that I'm supposed to. However, they are doing this part really well. Right? We all know this, like teachers make these decisions on the fly. Benchmarking will help to a degree, but that's a whole other theory of action that we're operating from as well. That standardizing equals also better results, but then again, who's bought in? How is that communicated? Who's at the table? Who was this? Like who the people, like who created this framework? Who was involved? I mean, I feel like I've been a part of so many different committees. I was also the person to create benchmarks for whole districts as well. From districts that started with nothing and districts that had benchmarks that went great. And so seeing them kind of transition to different stages, I think it's really important that we have to go back to that question of rationale and making sure that not just the most eager teachers are at the table or on that steering committee. Because what's gonna happen is, I think if you open that conversation during staff development or even like a department meeting, and we all teach, I taught chemistry, so like if we all taught chemistry together and you got, I don't know, amazing results, but I got terrible results. What happens sometimes is would say things like, it's because your kids are different than mine. And then imagine if it's a different school, it's because your population is different. Then they feel like they can't even have conversations where they can align on key strategies, key frameworks they should be operating from. I feel like there's a step we're missing when we just jump right into the, well, this is my theory of action that we have, so let's just fly with it. I think that's important because it'll iterate, but maybe taking that step back to having those conversations among them when they trust each other. I know it's possible, just even in the activity we did this morning, I thought, these vulnerable spaces being built, I do think that you're across the schools building a culture where teachers can push back to say, you know what? I'm not gonna lie to you, if I had to choose between building a relationship with a student to make sure they don't fall asleep every single day in my class versus skipping this lesson, I'm gonna do it, and then asking why. For me, the trick to get a deep why is ask why 5 times. Why would you do that? Da, 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 da. Why? Because da, da, da. Why? You get to the core of why and how somebody operates and their values. And that, when you speak from values, that's where I think change can emerge. Right now, we still very surface level. We're like, let's try X, Y, Z, and hopefully we can iterate and make it work. But then I think you're missing a deeper layer, which you're already in tune with. So I think, yeah, we need to ask, we need to take a step back. Benchmarks are helpful, but do they realize what they are going to do with it, you know, and why they need it and the intention around it and what it's for?
I'm not gonna answer every single one of your questions.
But yeah,
But what I do wanna say.
Time's up.
I think it goes back to our key strengths that were shared at the beginning. And even the stakeholder input. Like, one, I think that like our culture is a strength, right? So here we talk a lot about, here in this space, we talk a lot about the what. But I think that values and our whys are being explored everywhere. You know, it's how we started our retreat last week with our leaders, because we not only are values important to us, but because we want to model that when you start PD next week, you want to get to like the core of like your people, you know, and what they're bringing, and like you said, also what they're having to give up by being here and by doing the work that we do. So I think that's probably not something that we talk a lot about. And probably because we have data and evidence that it's already a strength. But I do think that that's the foundation that we build all this work on. So,
you know, just to push you further there, I know you're saying like, okay, those are not things that we're necessarily identifying. I would argue that those are the important things that you should be identifying, because earlier when I was writing down these metrics that were shared, right, it was like, oh, such high levels of, you call them the referral term.
The NPS.
And yes, such high levels of NPS that you've ever seen, right? And then we're also looking at such high percentages of, what is it called? Strong conditions for learning. So I was like, okay, obviously the culture is there, the values are there, it's there, but somehow not translating to the student proficiency part. So in my mind, I'm thinking, actually, I think if you go deeper with that, when you have these challenging conversations of, okay, we know we're good at this, we're diving deep into the why, but hey, let me help you to have these challenging conversations. So when you have that teacher in your department that is actually saying, I actually agree that it is completely fine to not teach half the curriculum to the student, and another teacher saying, I think that's a huge disservice to that student. You can unveil that and have safe conversations, because you built such a strong community to do so. It would be worse actually if that teacher actually just said nothing.
Well, that's
Right.
That's what I was trying to get at. Like, those conversations are happening, and you know, with the curriculum piece, that's something that did come up. Like, that's something that a teacher brought up, like, and they were actually speaking about leadership. They were saying like, it's not okay that this teacher is on unit 1 and month 5, and that the leader hasn't done anything about it. So I think that's the point I was trying to make. I think a lot of these conversations, they are taking place, and we do a lot to build those environments at our school sites, and our principals do a lot. They might, I don't think they start necessarily in this space, this presentation. And I do think that there's still work to be done, especially as, you know, we onboard new staff and we open new schools. Because it's a culture that needs to be built, and I do wanna say like that comment that was made where that teacher felt brave enough to, you know, hold her peer accountable, but also her administrator. It was made from somebody at one of our older schools, right, where that culture has existed for much longer than in somebody in our newer school. So I definitely think that it's building that we need to continue to do. And foundations that we need to continue to set.
No, I think it's great. I think it should be measured. How many schools are doing, I mean, we had a conversation earlier where I said, I think with this, you guys are miles ahead of building this type of culture and safe space for people to have these critical conversations that really push the boundaries. But I think not measuring it, not measuring those key practices, how the PD is run. Why do you do these types of exercises and activities? What is the gain from them? We don't ever see that type of codification, right? And I think there's something to that as well. When you continue to see success as you go down and you're measuring year after year after year. It can't just be, oh, we know we're doing this. Because the question is, well, how do you know you're doing this? And what exactly are you doing? Because the results are showing, but of what, right? But no, this is not a struggle that you all will only deal with, right? Benchmarking. As if you have a teacher who's already calling it out, which is a very typical comment across schools, right? Imagine then a benchmark comes out and they say, why do I have to do this if my colleague hasn't even covered 25% of this? Right? So I know it's a constant struggle.
I think you said it really well, that it is a strength in terms of the school culture and the relationships. And so a lot of teachers were asking for more of the systems. Karen's responding, but I think your pushes around like, how do you not just swing all the way over there, but actually have both? That's what we're aiming for, right? Strong relationships, strong culture, and rigorous instruction. Yeah, great pushes, great pushes.
Can I just add to? So the other part of it is carried through this plan for how you characterize your measure. Because a lot of the measures here, like 100% of these plans have been done, right? That doesn't tell me, that tells me the system and structures in place, but it doesn't tell me if there was quality in that, or if you felt that there was a conversation around the rest of that conversation, which is about facts, right? And so I know it's easy to do that in the strategic plan. I'm thankful that we have a strategic plan because I've seen plenty of charter schools that don't have any plan. So, but I do think those are the kind of things that would be also carrying that culture forward to our boards, so that we can see them in that way and understand those things a little bit.
That's a great question. Okay. We're gonna shift them now. So so Karen really is leading priority 1. And then Colin is really about priority 2 and 3. Reminder that 2 is move as 1. And then 3 is pave the path. But I'll just note that the pave the path initiatives are now kind of in our monitoring phase. The big push was like sharing the growth. We're walking back a little bit and there's going to be an initiative around communicating. But Colin, if you could just walk through priority 2.
So there was a mention about our signature practices. So the big one that we've been focusing on so far is 2.1, which is our Vista identity as an organization. We wanted to make sure that there is a cohesive understanding of our identity, our values as an organization. We exist not just as a charter school and not just to support our, but because every charter school can say the same thing. But what makes us unique and what makes us stand out? And we've also really struggled with that identity. I felt it came out in the organizational diagnostic. And I think a lot of it was because it was all well intentioned, but we wanted to do everything. A number of our leaders had picked up many programs and practices along the way, and we all wanted to do it. And so we created essentially a list of like 8 to 10 signature practices. Now, in a perfect world, we would be masters at all 8 to 10 signature practices. The reality is, it's the old adage of what's the master of, yeah.
Jack of all
Jack of all
trades,
trades, master of none.
yeah.
That's pretty much what we were becoming, and ironically, one of our signature practices was mastery wording. And so, I brought together a working group. Some of our leaders, a teacher from every single one of our schools, and the teacher really being one of the longest tenured teachers at those schools. And so we wanted to bring people who had really invested a lot of time and energy in Vista to the table to really have these deep conversations about our identity as an organization, as each school. And through that, we look through all of the values, really what we want our students to become when they exit our schools. And we realized that we were focusing on love. We were focusing so much on practices and we didn't really have this idea of, okay, well, if we're doing everything well, what's the end product? And we need to start from the end and work backwards from there. And so that's where we got to this portrait of a graduate. We never had one. We never had that North Star as an organization. And so pretty much halfway through the year last year, we switched gears. When we were creating the strategic plan, we did not envision it going this way, but the beauty of this, it allowed us to move in the direction that we needed to move in to really develop that understanding and cohesion around our identity as an organization. So the second half of last year, up until pretty much last week, we were really doing a deep dive into what is that North Star? What does that portrait of a Vista graduate look like? And we've gone through various iterations of that. We went through things that looked very complex and wordy to then essentially come back to something that is much more simple and something that is deeply embedded in every single one of our charter petitions, which is this focus on global competence. Every single one of our schools is a global identity. And global education, global competence was one of the many signature practices. But I mentioned we were looking at it the wrong way. Educating for global competence is not a practice. There's no script of how to educate for global competence. It really is a way of thinking. It is a way of being that then many of our other practices can help accomplish. And so that's really how we got back to this portrait of a graduate that ironically is based on a lot of the doctoral research from my dissertation, but is also something that is already embedded into our charter petition. So it's not a new thing. It's really refocusing us on what we have set out to do. The idea is we want our every single one of our graduates to be globally competent, able to investigate the world and research real world issues, and ask questions and just be curious about things. Be able to recognize perspectives and have a deep sense of empathy and compassion, and understanding that whatever you do out in the world, there are going to be people with different backgrounds and different opinions than some of you. But it's important to be able to still have a seat at the table, be able to listen, have dialogue, communicating our ideas. We want our students to believe in their voice, to believe in the power that they can do when they share their ideas, and being able to take action. We don't want our kids to be bystanders. We want our kids to feel that they are equipped to make positive change in the world around it, and that can also mean in their communities too. And so those are really what we call the 4 domains of global competence, and really the 4 big buckets of what we want our kids to achieve when they graduate. This also is going to, this is something that we just finished basically last week at our administrative retreat. We wanted all of our administrators to come together. They proposed different things and everyone said like, these are the 4 core values that we all have. The next steps are to essentially create level 2 and level 3 documents. This is more of a visual that can be in every classroom and every school. But we also then want to have descriptors of if this is the end product, then what are some of the skills and practices that are going to then contribute to this end product? And then even working backwards further, when I say a level 2 and a level 3 document, now we're starting to build back to our student portfolios. And that is really the vehicle to get to this point. And creating rubrics that students can have very specific measures of how they accomplish each of these important things. And so this is really refocusing our identity of global competence as an organization above and beyond everything else that we have talked about. And our administrators did a lot of reading and discussion around how this is not another thing. This is the thing, because a common misconception is, well, if we're focusing on global competence, then we're not focusing on math. We're not focusing on students being able to read at grade level. If the actuality is, you are. If our students are reading at grade level, they are going to be able to. If our students are able to, if they're exceeding or meeting or exceeding standard in math, they are able to demonstrate a lot of this too. And so this is just a framework that can be deeply embedded into our curriculum.
Yeah, I love this, right? Like, start with the end in mind, and it's connected, you brought your administrators in. You said some things though, like, and I think that's really important, like, it's not another thing. Because as you're talking about this, you know, like in the world of culture, you have your mission, your vision, and then like, okay, what are our values that we will espouse to be able to obtain this, right? And then you break down to look like in 12th grade, you know what I mean, all the way down. Curious, because I'm still learning this stuff, right? How do these connect to your values, or are they supplanting the values now, right? Like in terms of, does each school or does your organization, do you all have the same like core values across that you communicate? Like leadership or community and stuff like that? And if so, how do those connect to this? Or because what you were sharing with me sounds like these are our values that we're trying to, that all of our kids can, yeah, right. But I know that you might already have other values. And then it might be clear for your administrators in the room, but then what you want this to be clear to is your students and your families and your other staff, right? And so, yeah, curious, like, how does it connect to
I think for the longest time, especially, you know, your previous leadership, what always got communicated was like global STEAM and SEO. Those are kind of like the 3 things that I always got. And then, like Colin said, I think that's a lot of the work that's happened this year is that it's just coming into our identity and realizing that it's really just global, right? And STEAM and SEO fall under that umbrella and support global. So I think as we've done this and as we've gone through this process, like that's what the principals did last week, right? We read together and discussed together and they charted, and that was like such a common thread, like, you know, it's whether they phrased it as it's all about global. Somebody said global is the plate, right? I think they've come to that understanding. So then when you look at like action steps and plans, now they're wanting to go back to their school teams and start to have those conversations. So I think it's been a process.
Mhm.
And I think we're gonna start to see shifts in what's being communicated and what's being messaged. And how this is going to start to be messaged. But I think we're also really developing that collaboratively versus just us saying, oh, this is it, because we could, right?
No, and that's all like, all the things that you're doing, just curious, do you guys have the valuable school values?
So when you talk about values, and it was in a draft of this, we had these values embedded. But the reason why we ended up taking those out and really simplifying this was that we felt like the values were in these. And so when we talk about passion and leadership and
And it's also easier to understand here, right? It's like more descriptive.
and that's why, like, we're not done with this. This is really just the level 1 visual. The level 2 is going to have those values that are called out specifically.
Or these are, I don't know, like what I'm saying is I'm just curious on the vision of it, the
Yeah.
connection, because an organization has school values, org values, pillars, it just,
Mhm.
they all intentionally are supposed to serve something, and if we're not clear, right, and like, especially as you're growing the organization, you want to have an identity, this is who we are, right? This is, at all of our schools, our students are gonna learn how to investigate the world, you know, recognize perspectives, these things, but then we also say, and these are our values.
Yeah.
It's easy for some of us educators to make those connections, or people who are been in the creation. But again, it's gotta be the people that, they, all of your students should
Yeah.
say the values or, and then backwards.
And another thing that happened was that we had empathy on all the different drafts, regardless of how they look, we had empathy as a value, and on the document, they're stationary. So for example, empathy was next to like communicating ideas, and part of that conversation was that you can do these 4 things with empathy. And how do you communicate that on a document, right, where the word is stationary? So when Colin says like, we wanna develop like document 2, document 3, that's really what I think the next step of that work is around, right? Defining what those values are, but also really, you know, having like the rubrics and the look fors of how those values, are evidenced throughout these 4 GPOs and not just under communicated ideas. So I think that's the work that's what's next, those are.
And a classic example, Karen brought up the under social emotional learning, we essentially created our own acronym here. Let's grit, empathy, accountability, respect. And we played with the idea of really would love to hear up here, because that's something that's unique to this stuff. But then we felt like, okay, well, where does it fit? Because it kind of fits everywhere.
See in the middle, like gear up or something, but
Yeah.
in terms of it. And it's hard to, it's, well, you know, but it's hard to sometimes fit them. But they also are kind of serving the same purpose, so I'm also advocating it's hard because there's like, this is something that we've already had, but you don't want this to be another thing.
Yeah.
You want to be a value-based organization, is it worth having a discussion instead of trying to say, hey, these all connect this way, or these are now our values.
And that's the exact conversation we had, because it was easy to complicate this. And it actually, our administrators felt like it took away from when people see this, is it easy to understand? And like every single student, parent, staff member, partner, and everyone under, like, at least develop an understanding and remember this. And we felt like if it became overly complex with a lot of language in there,
Let me just say a couple things. I think the communication around this is really important. First of all, this is awesome. I'm looking at all the keywords that I'm seeing, and they're all things that you're expecting and supporting students to be able to do, right? That's really important. But I put here some things to think about, and is why now? 15 years is a long time. So like, why now? Why this? And if I remember at one of the board meetings, I asked that question, like, if I put a Santa Ana student next to a Vista student, would it be obvious to me which one was a Vista student? Right, so I feel like you're getting closer to being able to answer that. But when you're picturing in your mind's eye, that portrait of a graduate for a Vista student. I have a feeling as you build this out, because I think this is really wonderful, as the leadership goes back to the staff. Before even presenting this, if you even ask, you know, when you think of a Vista student, what are some things you would expect for them to be like, to be able to communicate, to be able to do? Get that list, and I bet you, once that is assembled, it would easily be able to fit in these 4 categories. Not that we want to box people in, but what I'm saying is that buy-in is gonna be there because they naturally already see that fit. And I really also appreciate that you said not one more thing, because actually the whole time I was thinking, oh my goodness, how many schools have there been, where they have something like this, and we have to memorize the framework and the school values and the district values, which are different than the school values, and also something like this. And then what happens is the poster goes on the wall and we never talk about it again. But I think because you're at the starting phase of it and you're already so attuned to culture and building culture, I just know it will make sense to teachers first. If you just ask them, what is the portrait of a graduate that you see for our Vista students? This will come and emerge very authentically. And then once that happens, you're in the sustaining mode. Because you can't just put up the poster,
Yeah.
right? You sustain that culture, which is a whole other thing to look forward to. I think that's a really good problem to have. And then the last thing I'll mention is, because I don't like to like box people into things, I just said, oh, it actually reminds me of more of like a cyclical and iterative process. Because you're never really just in one place, right? Like once you recognize perspectives even, and you're able to communicate that perspective, right? You might even be investigating about the world and wanting to take action about something you learned. I feel like actually you're probably constantly going through this cycle. So in that phase, as you're thinking through what that stage 2 and stage 3 might be, I'm excited for you all. I think this is going to help people understand, like, this is what Vista is about. And it's so timely. I think you need that identity piece, especially when so many, there's so many, there's a lot of competition out there for where people can send their students, but there's a special, business special for a reason. So being able to communicate that is essential.
And then the one word that kept coming up to me that I shared with Karen was purpose. I think it gives a lot of our work and the teaching and the learning purpose. This is much more than whatever is being taught in the classroom. So that's really the work. That's what keeps coming back.
But it should be in the classroom too.
Well, no, it absolutely, yes,
It's
but it
like-
can't end there.
Yeah.
It can't, yeah.
I know we're trying to move.
Yes, we are.
I mean,
Okay, one last
comment.
comment and then we're gonna.
So I think the iteration of 2 and 3 documents is great. I also want you to think about the integration back up to the mission vision as part of that. I think Michael kind of mentioned that, because like I see an opportunity for you right now, as we were looking at like the state of the organization, to move from emerging growth to closer to a scalable, like stable organization using this framework as part of the project person. So it is, the mission vision is already close, but yeah. Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, and I mean,
You're welcome.
we kind of skipped the other few initiatives.
Yeah.
I'll quickly mention 2.2 and 2.3 are really about communicating to stakeholders and sustaining the effectiveness of the strategic plan itself. So a few things that we have started to do is I'm meeting with and presenting, but it's more of like a fireside chat type thing with every single school on a quarterly basis. And then in between those, we are doing trimesterly surveys. And so that's where we can get some of the survey data with this. But then we're also, in a very transparent way, sharing that data at the next time that the next fireside chat. This is what you said, and these are our reflections based on. And so I think that has also really helped that transparency and ongoing communication of what's going on, from an organizational lens. And then 2.3 was about, really meeting with, principals on a regular basis, the steering committee on a trimesterly basis, so that we're consistently looking at, and the word of the day is iterating as needed, because this can't be a fixed plan, it can't be a fixed document. There are things that we're not going to be able to foresee, that we're going to have to make some adjustments. And so we're really, from a leadership lens, consistently looking at following and tracking the data as it becomes available, but also then looking at, okay, how effective are all of the actions within the strategic plan? That was 2.2 and 2.3. 2.4 is our organizational chart. So as we have scaled, as we have grown, as you know, we also have been able to bring on a number of support centrally. And so it's kind of hard to see. I outlined in kind of yellowish orange the new positions for this upcoming year. I think the whole thing is kind of hard to see. But this is our 2025-26 organizational chart. There's a lot of big places here and there. But we have as we shared, a new director of instruction, and that whole instructional lens is brand new. Or that whole instructional, let's just call it department, is brand new. Last year, we basically just had intervention coordinators and care. And luckily, through the community school implementation grants, it gave us the opportunity to be able to build these out at the school level. And so it's allowed us to bring on someone whose sole focus is ELD. And that has been something that has been our Achilles heel for a long time. We've been trying, but it gets caught up in the litany of things that like Karen is trying to do. And so having someone whose sole focus is that is going to make a huge difference. The global education coordinator, again, it's something we discussed when we were at the board and approving that position, that is a very mission driven position and goes back to what we were just talking about with our identity. Bringing on more instructional coaches, we were contracting out a lot before, and while it has its pros and cons, having someone who is 100% part of Vista and not necessarily working with other organizations and can always be there, we're going to get not only a lot more bang for our buck, but I think a lot better quality because it's someone who is living and breathing our programs. And I'm thrilled with the instructional director, executive person. And she's gonna really help support Karen and supporting all of the principals to make sure that all of those great initiatives that we have really come to fruition and do so with high quality. We also have a few more new items with special education. And so we have a SPED coordinator who's going to support Erica, because now that we have we have 7 schools in 3 counties, it was a lot for just one person to try to support the special education staff at the school site. And so the SPED coordinator is really going to be focused on the Orange County schools, so then Erica can really focus more of her time on LA and Lake Elsinore. And we have ECDA. The reds are the unfilled positions so far. So the special ed ones, Erica said she's down to the final 2 candidates for both, so it's imminent. We are still working on getting the coaches, global education coordinator, and then we are going to be pushing off the director of finance and operations for the time being. It was something that we initially were thinking that we wanted to bring on. But then we thought, you know what, with the budget that we've got, we really want to put more into the instructional side. And when it comes time, then it would be nice to have. But we still are able to operate fine. We still have an icon of that office that helps us out with a lot of that. So wanted to share that from the organizational chart. And then one thing in this initiative that I'm working on is a roles and responsibilities chart. Because I want to make sure that all of our staff know who they can go to for what. We have a lot of support, but it can also become overwhelming and difficult to navigate. And so we're trying to create more clarity around that. So can actually, teachers and staff can actually reap the benefits of having this support.
Yeah, I think that's super smart, and I don't give back. But it's in a good chart. I think one of the things that not only is the roles and responsibilities important, right? Like, who can I go to for what? But also, like, what is the role of the district for this person versus the principal, or the teacher, or the partner in curriculum? Because I think that's when you start to get the, well, you're not giving, you want to support the. So I think it's having those tough conversations early, and I think that you're at a really kind of inflection point of that, of like, we're gonna be figuring this out as we go, but we probably need to put a stake in the ground to say, hey, the role of the district's role here, right, is this is our responsibility, this is the thing that we should be held accountable for. The principal's role is this, they're allowed to make decisions on and own, and so they're accountable on, this shared accountability, you know what I mean, and the teacher and the coaches, I think. Sometimes organizations shy away from that, and I see that. When they try to solve with the roles and responsibilities, but the roles and responsibilities actually get to the heart of like. Who is really responsible for that level of accountability, because when you grow, it's like, well, all gets dropped. And then nobody's really owning the data, or nobody's really owning the responsibility. It goes on to one question.
And I think another good example, not to harp on this too much, is the addition of the home office manager. So our office managers, we were finding, we're spending a lot of time on accounts payable and things like that, that they were then not able to be fully present in the office when there were parents and kids and teachers and so on. And so some of those back end things we wanted to take off of their plate so they could be more present in the office instead of behind a desk or closed door working on invoices and things like that. So we tried to take that off of their plate and try to centralize some of those processes so that way the schools can really focus on things that are more important to the people we serve.
Okay. All right, so what we're gonna do, just to be transparent, we had designed an activity this morning that we were really excited about around board assets, and we were gonna ask you to really share what you're bringing to the board, sort of as a start of our conversation. But I think in a fortuitous way, it got moved to the end. So what we're gonna have you do as sort of an exit ticket or a close is to think about all that you heard that Colin and Karen are trying to move forward this year. And I think you had a lot of really good pushing questions for them to think about. As you're sitting with all of that, the question for you is what skills, experiences, networks, and passions do you bring that could maybe help them? Maybe it's just a thought partner. Maybe it's coming to one of these meetings and help continuing to push their thinking. Maybe it's a network that you have that might help them. So I'm gonna pass out a handout and it just labels the skills, the experiences, the networks, the passion. You could write your name on it and then just brainstorm. You're not committing to anything, but just brainstorm your assets that you bring to the board. And then, before we leave, we'll ask you to just share one commitment that you feel comfortable making at this time. Right? Okay, and I crossed out this part that says write one asset per sticky note. You can just do it on this page.
While you do that, yeah, I just have a quick ask for. The two of you. I'm calling here. We heard a lot today. This is a lot. What are the 3 priorities that you would like for us to focus on? Because if everything's a priority, then none of it's a priority. And that question that I asked at the beginning, right? Not only like who are we as various leaders across different organizations, but who do you need us to be? I can answer that better if I know what you want, what top 3 things you want us to really hone in on. And since that will change with the conversation, but I don't know if it helps talk out loud explaining what you, but we went through so much and in my mind, I'm like, okay, I don't even know how to begin 1 minute trying to fill out all of the report.
Great, a great question.
I have a fairly simple answer. And it's only 2 parts. But it is aligned with our strategic plan and what we just talked about. I think the first one is there's no secret. We need our test scores, our student achievement to get to those that we expect them to be at. And many of us have lots of years in education and I think the continual challenging, if asking the right questions, and I think you all are asking the right questions that are furthering our, like challenging our thinking, being that thought partner. I mean, one of the things that you had shared is because of your expertise and experience in science. That is something that I'll be very honest, we have not spent nearly enough time and energy focusing on, and you can see that the scores on the cast are not surprised as a result. And so it could be something like what, like you mentioned, at one of our principal meetings, like a walkthrough and really having that conversation, that debrief of like, okay, what are we seeing? What would we like to see? And what are some next like action steps that we can take at our school sites, working with our teachers, not just in science, but I mean, much of science is also English language. Yeah, it's everything. So I think that could be a really good first priority. And it is our first priority in the strategic plan. And then I think the second priority is what I just talked about, really helping push us forward to make it where everyone knows our identity as global as schools that promote global competence. And I mean, I think we still have a long way to go. I really want it to be something where that is what we're known for. That's what parents and students come to our school because they really want this rich experience. One thing that I would love to do, and I've shared this with many of you, is get a student travel program off the ground. And have other schools or like that we partner with and do collaborative projects with and bring this deeper meaning to the work that our students might. So I would say those are probably 2 of the top priorities.
See?
That's alignment.
That was fine.
Well.
If you could try to wrap up your last thought on your asset sheet. As you're doing that, I'll just voice over our next steps from the meeting. So my next step is to summarize the notes from today, and then I'll send those to you, Erin. I'm waiting myself until July 20. This next. And then we'll just continue to, there's a couple of revisions that I took note on, for each of planning things to add to measures, so we can talk about that. Good, okay. Oh, yeah.
Slide, I had a few.
Yes.
Commitments and expectations for the board. And again, these shouldn't be new to all of you, but since it is the beginning of the new school year, I wanted to reiterate the importance of attendance at all of our board meetings. It's not only do we need to have quorum, as you know how important that is, but it's important to have your input. That's really why I reached out to all of you and asked you to be on the board, because I really truly value your input, your questions, and it really, even though it makes our board meetings longer, it's valuable. It is definitely valued, and then in terms of school visits, I really want the board to make a commitment to, at some point throughout the year, visit each of our schools. And I would like to try to be there. If for whatever reason I can't be there, Karen can be there, because that way, when we're walking the schools and visiting all the schools, the teachers and the principals love it when a board member comes to visit. And it also gives us a really good look into the day-to-day. When we're sitting at a board meeting or here at the Queen Mary, even though we really want to make sure that the focus always is on the kids, it's a very important reminder when we're at the school site interacting with the kids to make sure that we are moving. So those are really the two big commitments that I would like to see. The other one that Marie alluded to was your networks. I know that you're all extremely busy, and I think it's also important to be able to tap into your various networks, people that you know, who might be able to help this out in a variety of ways, whether it could be on the academic side, it could be strengthening our global partnerships and things like that. But also when it comes to fundraising and things like that, because one of my goals is to try to get a student travel program off the ground. This is definitely not a board where it's like, oh, we'd like to get donations from board, but you could also tap into some networks that might some people that you know that might to help out too. So that is something that I wanted to bring up, to just help us really move the organization forward and accomplish some great things together. So.
And you are all invited to our class of 2026 graduation at the end of the year.
Yes.
Starting now.
A date.
I'm sure we do. I just don't know what it is.
Okay.
It'll be sometime in the first week of June.
Sometime in June of 2026.
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna close out our time together, make sure we get you out by 4 with rosebud or thorn. So the way that this works is we'll ask you to either share a rose, which is an aha or highlight or success or gratitude from today, You can share a bud, which is an area of opportunity or something you want to explore further from this retreat. Or a thorn, which is okay too, which is maybe a sticking point or something you're still grappling with that came up from today. All right, so a rose, a bud, or a thorn. And once you have yours that you're willing to share, you can share it and then just choose which direction we'll go in and we'll hear from you.
Choose the road.
Okay.
Just want to say that the two were really good. And Holland. Let's just say you work from your heart. You're doing a good job, right? You're doing a good job too. And what I see in the past and now is so different, so different. That in the past, when I was a board member, we didn't have no plan, no nothing. It was just blind and whatever comes, it was coming. And now, I see there's a lot of planning and a lot of talking meetings with your staff, with principals, teachers and everything, trying to help them out at the same time. And I see that what now is growing a lot, especially with the new board members. It's a good experience for me because you guys have, you guys are smart today. You guys are real smart, and I'm learning a lot of. With you guys, I'm learning a lot, and how to ask questions and how to be professional too at the same time. And I really appreciate it, and thank you very much for showing me how to be a board member too. Thank you.
You get to go, you get to choose which direction you want
Okay, so I will hold myself, I mean, I offered it, but I will hold myself accountable following up and supporting principals with the learning walk, happy to do that. I think for me, it's really a bun, but I say yes to things that in these days allow me to see the change that I want to feel. Yeah, it's pretty rare. I think the further, I think, the further you step out from education, from the classroom, the further removed you feel. And so saying yes to this for me was a way to be even closer to the change I wanted to make. So yes, we'll hold myself accountable to that. And then Karen, I know that you are, oh my goodness, you're probably like 10 people in one. And I can relate to that. And so I say this with a lot of love, but I have a lot of skill sets when it comes to curriculum design, development, co-teaching, co-facilitation. I was a West Coast instructional, coach for a long time, a science specialist. And I have a lot of corporate partners, industry partners, national partners, global school partners, of course, UC CSU systems, and then the nonprofit sector as well. But if your team members at any point really are thinking, hey, we need a sounding board for just seeing what has worked in the past and what has, I have worked with so many school districts from very rural to low SES, high SES, you name it. I'm happy to share those insights in the event that it might help to push that conversation. Because again, I think and truly like your team's success be the success for all of us. And so please don't hesitate to reach out. I may not answer right away, but I will get back to you.
Thank you so much. Oh, Corey, we're gonna, actually, anything that you wanna add?
Thank you. So, there's a direct correlation to the strength and the health of the boards and the strength and the health of the school. And I so much value and appreciate the time, the little bit of time this afternoon to spend with you. And so I'm excited. I'm excited for this board. I'm excited for the team, the leadership team. So, it takes time, progress when you have initiatives, it takes action, average 3 years. But with the partnership that you have, the chemistry and the direction, of course, you set out, good things will come out of it. So I appreciate all of what you're doing for your students and your respect.
Hard. They all think are not part of the appreciations, but I really appreciated the process. This was a great way to connect, I think, to everyone and see facilitate, we appreciate being set the stage. And I think I have my kind of thought though, in terms of, you know, I really wish Tom was here, in terms of if we're trying to move forward, and I just want to make sure that where's the opportunity to bring part of this process. And I think that's also kind of just, I struggle sometimes with like asking the questions at the time where maybe it's not time for questions or thoughts. But I think it's because I'm eager to get going on stuff, and I feel like we're always kind of rushed for time, and so, like, just that's my excitement, like, you read all this stuff about, you know, putting this work. Very eager. My challenge too is that I do work on a similar calendar as you guys, because so like your busy time is my busy time and all that kind of stuff, but it's funny, I committed to, I wrote commit to visiting all the schools before you said that, but I, that's something business schools last year, I just want to highlight that as something exciting for because we're talking about all these schools, but I still mess up the names, and that's not okay. You know, schools and their identity, the leaders, so.
I'll try to be as brief as possible. Rose, I'm gonna pick a Rose, and there are two would like to pick all three, and I think that that's what's great about these groups. This group of board members, and so I'll just say the gratefulness I have is that everybody, you know, I too wish Mr. Twan could have been here, but I feel like we are doing something meaningful because of the people that are at this table that are really saying things from their heart and caring about what they, not in a critical way, but in a way to help us all improve and learn. And so, you know, I hear Guillermo talk about how much he learned, Geronimo talk about how much he learns from us, but I feel the same way about you. And so that's the kind of gratitude I have for all of you. And, you know, I know Corey's at our table right now, so I will just say, you know, Corey and I have a long history, but I know his heart's in the right place, and so it makes me feel very comfortable with the Riverside piece. We have an Orange County piece I feel comfortable with, and I know LA is LA. But I'll leave that one. But anyway, so that's my rose, is that I'm really grateful for all of you and the fact that you spent all your time here today. And I wish we had more time in the world. But I hope we can just continue to push for effectiveness of our time to make the biggest possible impact we can. So I'll start.
Likewise, I'm very grateful for all of you, for the time. And just, you know, the honesty and focus that you approach the day with, and how much we learn from each other. And I do believe that we all learn from each other with just the sticking point for me today, something that I'm still thinking about, is the idea of identity and how to, you know, communicate it in a way that everybody understands, and that, you know, everybody can get behind and also support with that communication. So it's something that I'll be thinking about moving forward.
I just have gratitude for this team, one for you all pushing and asking really hard but important questions, and then just the grace of Colin and Kara's leadership to be open to that, to take it in. And I know they're gonna be, you know, the questions that you posed, and pushing themselves to even be better. So it's just such an honor to work with the strength and engagement that you all brought today. The last one.
Pressure. While this is our first board retreat together, and for many of you, it was your first council this morning, it feels like we've been doing this for a long time. It feels like we're so aligned with our values and where we want to take this organization. And one of our objectives was building community and shared vision. I don't think we needed to work too hard on aligning the vision, because we all come with a very similar perspective and similar focus on just trying to do our best to further the organization for the benefit of the kids. And so it's not a surprise to me because I knew that coming in, but it's very validating. Just going throughout the day and experiencing that, really reminding myself of like, yeah, we have a great board. And we have great people in our organization, so the recipe is there, all the ingredients are there, and now it's just a matter of making it happen.
Well, thank you all. It is 4:00
We need to finish the board
We
agenda.
completed item 6.2, the VCPS board retreat. We have one more item, it's board comments 7.1. I will take the luxury of feeling like we've just spoken, but I will make one more comment because I didn't make my commitment, and I will commit to being the first, not the biggest donor of your travel fund for students. So I just wanted to say that before we go, and then I will move for adjournment if we can have a motion and a second motion. Okay, all in favor?
Who got to see?
Wrong.
Geronimo, Michael, John. Yeah, okay. All right, and meeting adjourned at 4:00 on the dot.
On the dot.